exactly like you're doing.
Wonderful. Very good.
wonderful.
I watch it.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Good long time. How are you? Good morning. Yeah, I was very surprised because after my presentation, they come you're my father. Because my father is serving this concept of it's a good surprise. Yeah. Yeah, it's there are lots of workouts. First, absolutely. Like science, policy, society. Because even what happened?
So we can start with good morning to all. I'm happy to be here to chair this session on financial inclusions. So we will have a session with 3 papers, a time for presenting the papers, 20 minutes, 5 minutes for the discussion, and some question and answer in order to stay half an hour for each presentation. And okay, now I give the floor to Philippe Adair for presenting the paper on financial inclusion, gender equity, and digitalization in MENA countries prior and during the pandemic.
Thank you very much. I should add mind the gap, or possibly mind the gaps. So here is the outline. Is that fine for a full screen? Can read it? It's very small. This is on purpose, so you can't read it. So going through introduction, literature review, data and methodology, results, robustness, and conclusions and policy implications. Great, thank you. So, oh, can you hear me? It's fine? I can't hear myself, but it doesn't matter. Okay. So financial inclusion depends both on the supply side of, is a driving factor. And it is supposedly reducing inequalities whenever it is towards financial inclusion, as it should be, alongside inclusive and sustainable economic growth. And as such, it is a sustainable development goal, number 17, to be achieved, possibly, perhaps. So according to Ozili, financial inclusion is defined as account holding on the one hand at a formal financial institution, plus the use of traditional and digital financial services, so-called fintech. As Starlight's facts suggest, the overall picture is that financial inclusion with respect to gender and age issues in the MENA regions are stark. And despite increasing digital payments during the pandemic, women, youth, and especially young women, so this is the interest section, in developing MENA economies, so we'll leave aside what is specific to the Arabic Peninsula, remain less financially included as regards account ownership and experiencing the highest gender gap worldwide. This should be remembered. Young people below 30 is constituting over half the population across the MENA countries and hold lower account ownership rates on average as compared with older age group. And last but not least, employment rates for young women in the MENA region is one of the highest in the world. Okay, this is pretty dull, sorry, can't help it. So if we look at the factors, we want to remember financial inclusion depends both on the supply side of financial institutions, these are the so-called exogenous factors, and the demand side of households, which are supposedly the endogenous factors. Regarding the supply side factors, infrastructure matters. The density of automated teller machines have been rising on average throughout the period, although it is slowing down in the last period, 2021. Density of bank branches uncovers S-curve. This is in the appendix. I don't want to develop too much. So this is on the supply side part. And with respect to demand side factors, account ownership increased between 2014 and 2017, dropping down during the pandemic. And mobile cellular subscription declined throughout the survey period. So the MENA region is gathering the lowest share of adults holding a financial account, roughly half the adults, and only 39% of adults who are not participating in the labor force in the MENA region have an account. Conversely, 70% of people without an account are not participating in the labor force, and this is especially the case for women once again. Okay. So the research issue, generally speaking, is the following. Are financial inclusion patterns similar or distinct according to gender, age, and driving factors such as self-selection versus discrimination, or possibly both? And more specifically, what are the gaps we should mind? Gender gap with respect to financial inclusion, and especially does it affect young women in particular? The answer is yes. Is there an age gap with regard to financial inclusion affecting youth in MENA countries? The answer is yes. And what are the main factors, whether endogenous or exogenous or both, holding back financial inclusion for females according to their age? Okay, if I say yes, I don't need to go on with this presentation and I will go to sleep again. If not, I will follow. So literature review, I will jump to the second part because we think that this paper I wrote with Imen Bergiga, my former PhD student, my young colleague now, we provide some original insights regarding the gender gap and the age gap. We did include the COVID-19 period. We focus on MENA developing countries, not the overall MENA region, which is probably not relevant. And we extend the measurement of financial inclusion to the use of digital services beyond account holding and use of traditional services. So we have altogether 4 hypotheses. Gender gap is one. It declines over time, but it increases with economic shocks, which was the case with COVID-19. Second is the age gap, youth versus mature people. The third is the age gap for young versus mature females, so focusing on the subsample. And fourth, the H4 hypothesis can be developed in 3 sub-hypotheses, including endogenous, exogenous, or possibly both factors. So, namely H4A, H4B, H4C. Data source is the Global Findex database. Samples and period are roughly 6,000 for every survey year, selected from 6 MENA countries: Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, Jordan, Lebanon, and Palestine. Okay, here are some descriptive statistics. You don't bother reading. You can only see it's in the red color. What are the main numbers for females, which I think is quite clear regarding both account holding and other descriptive statistics for all 3 years. So the percentage of population holding an account remains below 44%, give or take, although it has been slightly increasing over the period. To some extent, the use of financial account has been replaced by that of mobile money account. And the ownership for this kind of account has been rising up to almost 10%. As regards both gender and age, and I will say something about the workforce, women became less financially included during the pandemic, but they hold more accounts with financial institutions than their male counterparts, slightly more. Age, holding a bank account increases with age, and this is probably also related to participation as regards the workforce. And it should be understood that the pandemic facilitated and accelerated access to mobile money accounts for youth, and especially for males rather than for females. last, regarding workforce, the pandemic reduced the use of accounts for active women compared to their male counterparts, keeping in mind that labor participation for females is pretty low. But nevertheless, the use of mobile money accounts is remarkable for active female population, although it remains slightly lower than it is for their male counterparts. Though the reasons for the absence of account holding according to gender, as you can see, almost 2 out of 3 young people, as well as especially females, do not hold an account. And there are reasons for not holding an account. Exogenous factors should be because the bank is too far away, it's too expensive. It is also due to a lack of documentation, or they cannot open an account for reasons that are due to financial literacy. I still have a few minutes. Yes? 10, 20, 30? Less, okay, less, I understand. And regarding endogenous, there are religious reasons, lack of money, or a family member already has an account, or there's no need for formal financial services, and it will rely on informal loans, for instance. And last but not least, there is a mix of endogenous and exogenous factors. So once again, you can see that there is a huge gap regarding both gender and age as regards account holding due to these factors. If we focus on age and gender, that is the sub-sample, if we will examine young women, you can find the same focus on factors for not holding an account. So what may be worth remembering is that young women seems to be more prone to self-selection, and they are also more facing discrimination to some extent. So this is 2 main obstacles, which is not that much the case for young men. This can be understood if we use a decision tree, that is to say, giving account of sequential financial inclusion models, and this will be used for both the period prior to the pandemic as well as during the pandemic. So account holding, use of an account, and specifically discussing the various kinds of services, traditional digital services, including mobile payment providers. We use 3 probits, and these models estimate each explained variable regarding financial inclusion for every household located in a given K country. And the general model is, as you may see on the screen, and the distinction we should like to make in this respect is account holding is accounted for with model 1, traditional services by model 2, and digital services by model 3. As regards the methodology, as you can see in this part, we use first the full sample, and we focus on gender and age, and this will take care of hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 2. Whereas focusing on the female subsample, age is used as an independent variable with other variables, and this will take care of H3. And now it's becoming slightly more tricky when we use the interaction of each exclusion factors, I mean endogenous, exogenous, and both. And this will take care to some extent of hypothesis 3 and 4, and especially those details we can find in H4A, H4B, and H4C. So to make things easier, we first start with the gender gap, and you can see it in green. This is hope, and red, which is total disaster. So women do hold more accounts, but nevertheless, the pandemic obviously generated a gender gap with respect to account holding in the 6 MENA countries. So to some extent, H1 is confirmed. According to the use of traditional services from financial institution, gender variable is not significant. So there is no difference, no obvious difference between men and women in this respect. So H1 is not validated. However, being a woman has a positive effect on the probability of using digital services, whatever the period. And this is interesting to understand that this use increased for women. So there is no obvious gender gap, and H1 is not validated. Regarding age gap, this is hypothesis H2. It is somehow validated as regards young people, regarding account holding, which declined from 2011 to 2017, but increased during the pandemic. Age variable as regards youth is negative and significant, whatever the period. So the age gap also concerns the use of services. However, the evolution of this gap is rather unclear. So with caution, we could say that H2 is somehow validated. There is no difference between young and mature people in the use of digital services before the pandemic. So there is an age gap for digital services only during the pandemic, which we should keep in mind was a major shock. And therefore, H2 is somehow validated. And focusing on the subsample of females, and especially young females, they have fewer accounts than mature women, regardless the period. And this gap decreases over time, although it slightly rises during the pandemic once again. And therefore, H3 is validated. And the age gap for females in account holding also translates into an age gap in the use of traditional services, but only before the pandemic. So H3 is somehow confirmed. Regarding the use of digital services, there's no difference between young and mature women, and therefore H3 is not validated. Self-selection. Financial inclusion depends on the one hand on self-selection, and this is due to endogenous factors, and mainly the absence of need for financial services and the lack of money, but they don't seem to have a major impact. And the interaction of endogenous factors with age displays that factors of non-account holding by women is important. Regarding the use of traditional services, endogenous factors is insignificant over the period. And if we look at the interaction variable of endogenous factors and youth, there is an unclear relationship that can change and improve with age, with the existence of self-selection behavior. Youth reduces the positive relationship between endogenous factors and the use of digital services for women. We cannot clearly identify the existence or not of self-selection according to age. So these results altogether reject hypothesis H4A with respect to all financial inclusion measures. Turning to discrimination, how long is left now? 2 minutes, fine, thanks. So I will rush. Discrimination is mainly related to the high cost of financial services and the constraints upon the opening an account. And there is discrimination against women. However, interacting variables are not significant. Exogenous factors do not have an impact on women's use of traditional products or services. This is an unclear relationship. It goes downwards with age, and it is not possible to confirm the existence of discrimination against women, which we did examine in other papers, and for which we did find that discrimination was an important factor. But these results altogether make hypothesis H4B with respect to all financial inclusion measures rejected. And self-selection and discrimination, if we take into account both, once again, self-selection, and discrimination lesson probably more for mature women, and therefore all the results do not validate hypothesis H4C, whatever the model. This is pretty sad a story, isn't it? So I jump to the conclusion. Still 1 minute left, Mr. Chairman. Just one. Okay. So
You will need to close.
Yes, exactly. 4 main results are noteworthy. The gender gap as regards financial inclusion rose during the pandemic for account holding, but not for traditional or digital services. Although female account ownership improves for youth, women remain obviously financially less financially included. There is an age gap with respect to account holding and use of traditional services, whatever the period, and regarding digital services during the pandemic. Third, endogenous factors such as self-selection predominate over exogenous factors, I mean discrimination, both factors fueling financial inclusion according to years. Fourth, last but not least, the pandemic was a major shock that changed behaviors. Probably we would need some supply side as well as demand side disaggregated data in order to focus on average banking conditions regarding gender and age, and policies promoting financial inclusion for youth and aiming at closing the gender gap would require joint efforts as well as financial tailored services, especially for those not belonging to the workforce. And of course, this would apply in the first place to financial access for underserved young females. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you for this presentation. Now I give the floor to the discussant, Ms. Shaban online.
Good
We're
morning.
starting the discussion of the paper.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me just share my screen, please. Is it okay? Can you see it? Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. So
We can
Okay.
see the screen.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to discuss this paper on financial inclusion, gender equity, and digitization in MENA countries prior and during the pandemic. Let me just start with a quick overview of the paper. So the author's main objective is to analyze the determinants of financial inclusion, focusing on gender, age, and other driving factors prior and during the COVID pandemic. Um, uh, they uh, um, they have data from 6 MENA countries, as explained by the author. These are from the Global Findex database, all individual level data for the years 2011, 14, 17, and 21. And they use profit regressions to test four main hypotheses, also explained well by the author. So their main results are that there is a gender gap in financial inclusion, which increased during the pandemic, particularly in account holding. There is an age gap in terms of account holding and use of traditional services. And in the use of digital services, specifically during the pandemic, they find that endogenous factors, or what they call self-selection, outweigh exogenous factors or discrimination, with both contributing to financial exclusion. So I have a few comments and suggestions. I think the topic is very important and highly relevant for our region, as it tackles main challenges related to including women and youth in the financial system. And they have a very interesting descriptive overview and stylized facts, and have the potential for important policy implications. So I have few suggestions. First, I would relate the literature review and hypothesis more closely. For now, it's in two different sections. It doesn't really flow for the reader, so maybe work on the flow between the literature review and the hypothesis development. I would also suggest clarifying your contributions. You mentioned that you bring new insights in terms of age gap and financial inclusion for females, plus endogenous and exogenous determinants of financial exclusion for females. If that's the case, then it should be highlighted clearly in the paper and more focused. Now, my main suggestion relates to the regression analysis and results. So I would suggest revisiting the analysis, or providing explanation for some of the counterintuitive results. For example, result one, I quote, you find that women hold more accounts than men before the pandemic, but this ownership decreased over time until it became negative. And then result 1B, you find that being a woman has a positive effect on the probability of using digital services, whatever the period. Now, looking at your own descriptive stats and on the macro level data from Findex, we can see clearly that this is inconsistent with the gender gap in these countries. So women have lower percentage of accounts in all the years of Findex, whether you look at traditional or mobile money accounts. So I think you need to try to explain this difference. Also, for result two, you mentioned that financial inclusion of youth, especially during the pandemic, declines due to less use of digital services. Although in 2021, we can see for all the countries studied, there is an increase in mobile money accounts. So I would also try to either revisit these analyses or try to explain these results. In terms of your definition of discrimination, so you mentioned that exogenous reasons, mainly the high cost of financial services and the constraints upon opening an account, reduce women's account holding, so there is discrimination against women. So I don't have an issue with the first part of the sentence, but concluding that there is discrimination against women, I would suggest, if you want to compare men to women, to run this regression on the full sample and then have the interaction terms with gender. But for now, you're only you have the subsample of females in this specific model. So you cannot really, I don't understand how you can see the discrimination against women if you don't compare to men, because these factors, whether high cost or constraints opening an account, are there for men and women in the country studies. So generally, I would check for the model setting and maybe also check for multicollinearity. I have few minor comments as well. On page 8, you mentioned that over 60% of women had an account before the pandemic, a share that dropped sharply to 39 during the pandemic. I tried to investigate a little bit to see. I think the only countries with this declining trend is Lebanon for obvious reasons, and Egypt. So and it still doesn't explain this huge difference. So I would investigate this a little more. Also on page 8, you say that the percentage of active women declined gradually from 33 to 16%, but you don't clarify for the reader active in what. Later on, I checked the table and I saw that these numbers belong to the labor force, so I would clarify this in the paragraph. Also, in your tables, you consider credit and debit cards as an indicator of digital financial services. I don't know, to me, it's more related to traditional, because if you have an account at a financial institution, you might have also a credit or debit card, but these are not for mobile money accounts, which is the main definition for you for digital services. I would also control for the richest income category in the models. I think this is still work in progress, so it's worth a language check and formatting check. And there are a few typos, for example, in the conclusion and so on. This is it for me. Back to you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mais, for your very careful comments. There are other questions on this paper? Yegane, and then Naja.
So thank you very much, Philip, for this paper. I think it's very interesting, but my question is about the legal framework. As we all know, in the MENA region, is still very discriminatory among men and women. And also, like in terms of holding assets and financial accounts, even in inheritance, other things as well. So probably I think it would be interesting to look into that and compare countries that are less inegalitarian in terms of the legal framework. And there are some indices. I can talk to you about it afterwards, but that give like a score of how inegalitarian is the legal framework. Probably that would be interesting to add.
Thank you, Philippe, for your presentation. So you find no difference between young and old people in the use of digital services before the pandemic. And also you found that one of your result is young people or less bank account. So did you check the possibility to have a family account? Because what we observe mainly in developing country is young people do not open directly an account, and if they have an income, and most of the time it's a quite low income, specifically in the country that you study. So they save or they put their income directly in the family head, you know. So it could be a family choices also, not only individual choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippe, to you for reply.
Sorry, we can't hear the author.
We cannot hear from here. I think there is a reception on screen. Would you please put the micro? Mais, do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
But we don't hear him.
No.
Better? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for all these suggestions, comments, and I believe this will improve. This is a work in progress, yes, obviously. There is no typo. When I did mention farmers in the paper, not in the presentation, this is due to the fact that there is a bias in the data for 2021. In other words, those who are self-employed are only farmers for that very year, so no typo. But this is probably something that should be said for all World Bank data. There is no explanation why sometimes it is obviously inconsistent. Now, this does not mean that our results are not inconsistent. And probably this could be due to the fact that we should have detail a little more. There is no major gap between men and women. This is why we did compare, but we did not include it into the paper in order to stay within limits. But this would make the paper longer, and I believe we should mention that. This is absolutely correct. It is our own choice to classify all reasons into exogenous versus endogenous factors. And I don't think we did wrong, but maybe this is open to debate, because in some cases, and this is why we took care of this with endogenous and exogenous reasons, they are probably related. If you fear that there will be a demand that is rejected, then you are mixing both endogenous and exogenous because, for instance, women would feel that financial institutions are not female friendly, which may not be the case. About what Najat said, and this is interesting because this is a minor reason when you have a family account, and this comes under the label someone else has an account and can be used, therefore they don't need to open an account. But maybe we would need to focus a little more on that and probably keep in mind that this could be a family strategy and of course not only an individual strategy. That is true. Given that in these countries, people are never adults, never, whatever their age. For other suggestions, I will take care of these, and I'm grateful once again. Probit models are not very sophisticated, but there's not much to say about that. Multiclinarity is not an issue. This is some kind of tarte à la crème, and we don't give a damn about that because it is not an explanation as such. But we could probably use an EKIT, ECMAN two-steps procedure, and we could probably improve. That is true. And we have this in mind for our work in progress. So thank you so much for reminding us that we should improve, because it is not yet the case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you. So very interesting. Now we move to the next speaker and article. I have to say that we are running into a delay. We started actually 15 minutes after 9, so we will have the coffee break to recover something, but I will stick to the 20 minutes time for the next speaker, then giving just a warning when 2 minutes are left only. Okay. So the floor is to Kutakash Joshua Shipunsa for presenting the paper on financial inclusion impact on financial resilience to the COVID-19 pandemic induced shock. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Yes, my name is Kudakwashe. I'll be presenting a paper as seen on the screen. Okay, so my presentation outline is as follows. I will start with the research problem, then end with the policy recommendations. So financial inclusion, as we are aware, sorry, I can see I've been asked to start my video, but my internet connection is quite poor, so I'll prefer that I not use my video. I hope that is fine with you.
Okay, we can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, so financial inclusion, as you might be aware, has been a policy priority, and it's a cross-cutting theme in 8 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So while it's variously conceived, in this context, it's defined as the access to useful and affordable diverse financial products delivered responsibly and sustainably. So one of the reasons why financial inclusion is a key focus area is that it helps to improve consumers' welfare, which also includes building their financial resilience. And contextually, financial resilience is defined as the ability to withstand financial hardships or bounce back from an adverse shock. So there are various ways through which consumers could build their financial resilience through saving, credit, and insurance. These channels help consumers to accumulate rainy day funds and emergency funds that could cushion them in the event of any adverse financial shock. And moreover, financial technology, which our term fintech, helps also to bolster financial resilience of consumers and households as they are able to receive remittances from their kith and kin. So several studies have been conducted to assess the extent to which financial inclusion could help achieve financial resilience. And I will point out the one by Johnson and Carter, which concluded that insurance helped to reduce maladaptive coping mechanisms, such as selling livestock after rainfall shocks. The other one was Abiona and Koppensteiner. Please excuse me for my pronunciation there. They found that mobile money enabled households to withstand rainfall shocks. And lastly, the one by Suri et al. In 2021 reported that digital credit reduced the likelihood of reducing household expenditure after negative weather shocks. But what we see in these studies is that most studies, if not all that I have reviewed, were at a micro level, and there's been no macro level study that has examined the relationship between financial inclusion and financial resilience. Also, the studies have focused on shocks that were region specific. By this, I mean some focusing on agricultural shocks or weather shocks in a specific rural setting, which means it's only focused in a small area, but they haven't looked at how consumers could, withstand shocks that are global, such as the one experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And, also methodologically, the studies have relied on mostly linear models and not assess how financial inclusion could impact resilience of consumers at various levels of financial hardships. So the value added to the research or the contribution of the study is then to employ a cross-country data set to examine the impact of financial inclusion on financial resilience of consumers. And also to cover a larger geographic area, we captured the COVID-19 induced shock. And also we invoked the methods of moments quantum regression to assess the nonlinear relationship between financial inclusion and financial resilience. And I must say that one of the key aspects of COVID-19 is that it was global, and it induced high unemployment, and which also restricted movements of consumers. Now, why this is important is to assess now if different channels of financial inclusion could help mitigate financial hardships in the event that consumers are not able to move. Now, if we look at other channels such as saving groups, they are mainly dependent on people, and rural and ROSCAs, for example, rotating saving and credit associations. They are mainly dependent on members meeting up and sharing the savings and so forth. But now, in the event that there's been a pandemic that restricts movements, those coping mechanisms could be rendered inefficient. So this is what the study was also trying to assess, if this was also helpful in the event of such a novel shock. So basically, the study then sought to examine the impact of financial inclusion and financial resilience to the COVID-19 induced shock. Turning to the data, given that the questions on the COVID-19 were in the Global Findex survey collected in 2021, the study resorted to a cross-sectional data set constituting 120 countries in 2021. There are different sources of data that were employed, including the World Development Indicators, the Asian Development Bank, and the Global Findex. I think the key variable of interest here is financial hardship, which is measured by the question whether consumers experienced or continue to experience severe financial hardship because of the disruption caused by COVID-19. If they were, question was asked if they were worried or not, okay, or very worried, I meant to say. Then financial inclusion was measured by savings, credit, fintech, and bank account ownership. And then the rest are the control variables: human development, which was measured by the Human Development Index, GDP per capita, inflation rate proxied by the Consumer Price Index, and GDP growth rate, which were employed as control variables. Now, turning to the methodology, so the empirical model is shown here, where financial hardship is the dependent variable and financial inclusion is the key independent variable. A negative sign was expected a priori, suggesting that if consumers were more likely to be were financially included, then it would reduce their likelihood of them being very worried that they will experience severe financial hardship as a result of the disruption caused by COVID-19. As explained earlier, financial inclusion was measured by savings, account ownership, fintech, and credit. Okay. Now, the estimation strategy that was employed, as explained earlier, was the methods of moments quantum regression. As we all know, OLS ordinary least squares model would not have been the best model, considering that it is it might not, there are endogeneity concerns in such a model. So this study employed methods of moments quantum regression, which is robust to endogeneity. So the slope coefficient of interest is x, or is beta I, in which it was expected to enter with a negative sign. And at higher quantiles, it means that consumers were more worried that they would have financial hardships. At lower quantiles, that means it suggests that consumers were less worried that they would face financial hardships as a result of the COVID-19 induced shock. Now, so the results, we found that account ownership did not have a statistically significant impact on financial resilience of consumers, as all slope coefficients entered with were not statistically significant across all quantiles. However, we see that consumers that had formal credit were less likely to be worried about the financial hardships during the COVID-19. And we see that it's more pronounced at the lower quantiles, meaning that consumers that employed financial credit but meaning that the impact was more pronounced amongst consumers that had less financial hardships, whereas the impact was less pronounced among consumers that had more financial hardships. As we see that there's a declining slope coefficient size at the higher quantiles. Then conversely, we see that now amongst consumers that were employing savings, savings had a less pronounced effect amongst consumers that had less financial hardships. In other words, the impact of savings on improving resilience was more pronounced amongst consumers that had higher financial hardships. Okay, as we can see that the slope coefficient was more negative at higher quantiles of financial hardships. And then returning to fintech, we also see that consumers that employed fintech were less likely to face or to be worried about financial hardships during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, but the impact was less pronounced amongst consumers that were facing higher financial hardships, as we see that the slope coefficient was smaller at higher quantiles of financial hardships. So generally, these results show that there was a non-linear relationship between financial resilience and financial inclusion during the pandemic. And it also, the results differed depending on the channel of financial inclusion employed. For brevity, I will not discuss the control. I didn't put or project the results of the control variables here. But of course, they are explained in detail in the paper. So what one can see generally, as explained earlier on, is that formal savings, formal credit and mobile money bolstered the financial resilience of consumers, but this was more pronounced among formal credit users. As we can see that the slope coefficient in the previous slide was more, were larger amongst the formal credit users. Then the financial resilience building impact of financial inclusion was more pronounced among the less vulnerable consumers. In other words, amongst those that in the lower quantiles of financial hardship.
You have 4 minutes now to conclude.
Okay. Yeah, there are some limitations, of course, in the study. The study failed to disaggregate data across regions and national income categories due to data limitations. And also, you know, if data was available, I would have computed a multidimensional index, but we failed to capture the multidimensionality of the concept using an index. So one could proffer some policy recommendations. So policymakers could leverage financial technology to bolster consumers' financial resilience to global shocks. And the private sector could ease credit constraints and increase saving platforms to enable consumers to build financial resilience to global shocks. And I think based on the findings on the control variables, we see that improvement in human development will complement financial inclusion impact on financial resilience. And counter-inflationary policies could complement financial inclusion impact on financial resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You so even faster than I thought. So I give the floor for the discussion to the discussant Rania Makni. The
Hi.
floor is yours.
Yes. Hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Kuda, for the presentation. I will share my PowerPoint. It's very good paper.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We can see it on the screen. Yes.
Yes, you can see the screen. Okay.
Yes.
So it's a very good paper and very interesting. I have made some comments and suggestions for the paper was well presented by Mr. Dr. Kuda, so I will skip the overview of the paper. I have made some comments on the results and some suggestions for the paper. So for my in the paper, what in the results part. In the paper it was so for the formal account the results were positive. So I see in the presentation it's negative. So it's okay for this first comment. So the formal credit enhanced financial hardship was not explained in the paper, but Dr. Kuda explained it in the results, and I think the significantly also was changed from the working paper, so it's okay. Another missing results in the version of the paper that I received, it's the table of savings at financial institution. It was not available. So, but in the presentation, I saw this. So this was okay. I have made some suggestions also on the paper. So regarding the COVID-19 crisis, there has been very consideration of financial aid measure by country. So I think if we can add like an interaction term between financial inclusion and financial aid measures, or a control variable to see if the impact on financial hardship was also made by the financial aid measures put by the countries. So this is the first remark. Also for the financial resilience measures, I think we should, in the database, the findings database, you can see that there is income level. You have the response for the poorest, the richest. So we can add this in the, and so we have a better analysis. So also for the location, you can find for the urban area, rural area. So, and also for gender. So we can see if the financial hardship changed between poor and rich, urban and rural, and also for gender, female and male respondent. So this is the first comment regarding the financial resilience measure. Second one, fintech measures. So you can include also, you have take mobile payment. There is another one, it's digital made or receive a digital payment in the, and for the mobile payment also, you can split by income. There is a variety of variables like income groups, location, and gender. So it's interesting to add this in the analysis. For the financial inclusion measure, the use of the multidimensional index has been reported by Dr. Kuda. Also, I have a concern about the control variables. I think you may add some control variables like unemployment rates, the internet penetration, the financial literacy, which have an impact on the financial resilience and financial inclusion. It's very important control variables. You can also split the sample between developed and developed countries, so we can have an idea about the impact on these two categories, because it's important, and the consumers in these countries do not have the same abilities, so the financial abilities, and they didn't have the same aid measures, and so I think it's important to include this also. This is, I think, my comment. I have made some other comments on the paper. I will send it to Mr. Kuda it's okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Rania.
Yes,
thank you, Rania, for these very useful comments. So I see some raised hands to you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have three comments. The first one, I think that the dependent variable and the independent variable are basically measuring the same thing, in the sense that your dependent variable is perception based and the independent variable is a factual variable. So at the end of the day, we're explaining more or less the same issue, but one time with the perception based on the survey, and the other time a factual variable, whether they have a credit, savings, etc. So and I think this might be an issue in the sense that in both of the two cases you are having the it's more or less, I don't want to say an identity, but almost an identity. So perhaps you might want to use all the financial variables as a dependent variable, and then try to explore what other channels can explain this resilience, because here the endogeneity is really high. And the second comment, I think that given that you just have 120 observations because it's a cross section, I think you have to be very cautious about the number of explanatory variables that you include, because in addition to the quantile regression, you're losing a lot of degrees of freedom. So that's why the number of, I think I saw GDP growth and GDP. I think perhaps you can just include GDP per capita. No need for inflation. So perhaps you have to be a bit more selective when it comes to the selection of macro variables because of the limited size of the sample. One final comment. I think given also that the sample is not very large, it's not good to split the sample by different categories, because the subsamples will be even smaller, which will make the results less reliable. So perhaps you can just introduce, for instance, a dummy variable that takes the value of 1 if it's a developed country and 0 otherwise, and so on, for genders, for all the other subgroups that can potentially be included in the econometric specification. But the paper is very interesting. Thank you so much.
And I give the floor to you for if you can introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. I am Sami Ben Jaber, professor of finance at Catholic University in Lyon. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting paper. I have my three comments. The first one, I join here from the sample. I think you have collected data for 1 year. I am not sure, but I think the data is for 2021. Maybe it is not a large sample if you have 1 year observation. My second also comments, maybe you can add another methods instead of moment of quantile. You can have a quantile var or a wavelet coherence maybe. And maybe the last one is more important because I see now all journals that it doesn't accept paper from the COVID-19 crisis because it is not and you need to maybe to focus on another approach or to adjust your title because the many hierarchical journals now I see that they reject all paper focus in COVID-19 because it's not a trend, it's very high many paper has published in this topic and it's very difficult now to publish a paper about COVID-19 crisis. Yeah.
Maybe frame it as a financial shock, but don't put the pandemic in the title because, yeah, it's true that they consider it a little bit old now.
Please take note of all these comments because you will not have time for the reply. I give the floor to Najat for the last comments, round of comments on your paper.
Thank you, Carlo. It's very quick. And thank you for your presentation. I think it's a very good point, as you mentioned. Don't put COVID and put another title to attract. I think maybe it could be about informal transaction. So do you have any idea about the size of financial transaction in and between families? Thank you. Yeah, financial informal transaction, financial.
Thank you. As you have seen, you have raised a lot of comments. It's a pity that we don't have the time. We need to move to the next speaker, but I'm sure that you can take note of these comments and you can also exchange it by email for continuing to support, improve your very interesting paper and research. So thanks, and we move to the last speaker. Actually, formally we have only 11 minutes, so we can take until 10:45. And so I give the floor to Rabeh Morar for presenting the paper on the gender divide and digital financial inclusion, lessons from Palestine.
Good morning for everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present my paper about the gender divide and digital financing and digital financial inclusion. Lesson from Palestine. I am Rabeh Morar, Associate Professor in Economics at Al-Najah National University in Nablus, Palestine. So the outline is I will start by the general context and the objective, then go to the data methodology, main result, conclusion, and policy implication. As it is well known that global data show significant gender gap in account ownership in many of the developing nations. So women continue to face barriers regarding financial inclusion and access to formal financial institution, regarding ownership of assets and social and cultural bias that limit their economic agency. This is the main idea of this paper has come from the low access of women in Palestine to financial services. We found that in the 2022 financial inclusion survey that has been done in Palestine. It's a huge survey in both West Bank and Gaza Strip. It was before the war in 7th October. So the BCB asked Palestinian Central of Statistics implemented this household survey, we found that 28% there is a gender gap in bank account. It's one of the main indicators of the financial inclusion. The gap was around 28%, which is more than double the gap in the MENA region and fivefold than of the developing countries. In Palestine, like in many of the MENA region countries, social norms, limited control of money, low participation in labor market are among the main drivers of financial inclusion gap. In Palestine, money is often controlled by men, either husband, father, or son, and women with low or no income do not have a reason to use financial services. So this was also aligned with law enforcement, weak law enforcement, in addition to the socioeconomic deprivation for women, which mainly comes from the political situation also in Palestine, because the marginalization of women in the labor market is due to the many obstacles that exist in the Palestinian labor market, which is has roots in the political situation. You all know that Palestine is under occupation since 1967, and the Palestinian economic is highly controlled by the Israeli obstacles. There's no access for Palestine on the international community. The external trade is mainly controlled by Israel. Also, the public finance in Palestine is also controlled by the Israeli obstacles. So also the pandemic has a severe negative impact on women business. Because this survey was 1 year after COVID, 27 of business owned by women was forced to shut down during the pandemic. So the aim of this research is to investigate the factors, either economic, social, or political, that contribute to the gender gap in Palestine, and also to fill this gap. This research will provide valuable insight for the policymakers, which might contribute to the to bridging the gender gap in financial inclusion. Here is our methodology. So we mainly use Kitagawa Owaka Blinder KOP decomposition approach. In this approach, we start by estimating the 4 different models with the financial access index as dependent variable. So YKT, K represent and T represent the group, gender, which is male or female, and time indicators, because we have 2 survey, one in 2016 and one in 2022. So we will compare or follow the gender gap in financial inclusion through 2016 to 2022. Here, if we go to the change across time, or we do a double difference decomposition. Here is the model. So the first is measuring, or the first part, measuring the change in the financial market gap, which measures mainly the discrimination toward financial development, discrimination against women. The second measure, or the change improvement in women may have seen in the assuming discrimination remain fixed. And the third measure, the change in the characteristics gap between 2016 and 2022. And the fourth variable measure the change in the factors that benefit men's outcome in the financial market. So as I mentioned, that we mainly based on the PCBS data survey about financial inclusion 2016 and 2022, which were mainly implemented in cooperation with the Palestinian Monetary Authority and the Palestinian Capital Market Authority. So in addition to the demographic variable, we had many demographic variable to measure, which are the main contributor to differences in gender financial inclusion. We use locality, region, gender, education, age, and other socioeconomic indicators like job status, expenditure, employment, sector, etc. So I will go to this is the summer statistics, and we find that, for example, bank account, the percentage in 2022 was 20% for women and 48% for men. In spite of the increasing in ownership of bank account for women, but the gap increased between 2016 and 2024. The same for borrowing, also insurance and literacy. So here I start by a result for the decomposition of financial gender gap in both 2016 and 2024. In 2016, we found that 41% of the disparity in financial index was due to the differences in the coefficient or disadvantages, which is mainly measuring the discrimination against women, mainly in the Palestinian labor market. It was also expanded in 2022, this discrimination gender gap to 46%, which means that women are still facing cultural and social obstacles which hinder their access to financial inclusion. The characteristics gap, which was around 59%, which measure the explained variation, which measure the advantage men may have over women in terms of socio-demographic characteristics. This gap was decreased in 2022. Meanwhile, the discrimination gap increased in 2022. Here are the main results. This means that the financial literacy gender gap in 2022 is explained by the differential effect of the coefficient entered in the model, including general effect of unknown factors. Here we have to highlight that the differential effects of employment sector was the main aspect or the main contributor to the unexplained variation regarding financial inclusion and financial literacy in 2022, because the unemployment rate for women was increasing over years, and also the participation rate in Palestine is in 22 it was around 16 to 17% only, and unemployment rate was double than men, mainly in Gaza Strip. Sure that the numbers now is much higher, but this was implemented before the 7th October war. Analysts also explore that more education for women means that less discrimination against them in the labor market and less discrimination against them in the financial inclusion, because education give more financial literacy for women in Palestine. Among the endowment for both financial inclusion and financial literacy, we found that women who are working either in the public sector or in the formal private sector, which means that they have stable source of income, which means that they are more financially included and more financial literacy. We know that in the more than 55% of the Palestinian private sector are active in the informal sector, where women are totally marginalized. Most of them got less than minimum wage and working without contract. So here we will discuss the intertemporal financial gender gap between 2016 and 2024. We found that no change in gender gap regarding borrowing, the overall financial index, and also the financial literacy. Most of the changes between 2016 and 2022 are driven by discrimination, not by explained variation. The positive contribution of change in discrimination demonstrate that the increasing in gender gap in terms of financial literacy is mainly attributed to the rising of discrimination. More household with higher percentage of female are more financially excluded, and more gender gap regarding financial inclusion and financial literacy. I will go to the policy implication. Here, it's important to mention that COVID-19 also contributed to the gender gap in financial inclusion, because a lot of women were forced to leave their jobs. It is estimated that the time spent by women in unpaid work in Palestine is 7 times than spent by men, which is one of the highest rates in the world. Poverty and unstable income are also key drivers to the increasing of women financial inclusion. Being poor significantly contribute to the gender discrimination in terms of literacy, either in 2016 or 2022. So while women have a lot also benefit from some of the improvement in financial access, their improvement compared to men has shown less progress. The gap increased in 2022 regarding access to bank account or financial literacy or other insurance market, because this study also highlight the access to insurance services. So it is necessary for them to make an effort and create policies that target and to improve access for women, reduce discrimination against them in the labor market. Effective strategy for increasing the utilization of financial products and services, especially among those with limited or minimal income. This can be achieved through the introduction of innovative gender-specific service like a public bank or a publicly managed cooperative banks, which is not exist in Palestine nowadays. These institutions could offer essential credit service, manage government transfers such as benefit payments, social transfer, which target female-headed household, and lead educational initiative. Substantial government intervention should be implemented to empower women in the economy overall. This includes initiatives such as providing anti-gender bias training, reinforcing the social protection system, which is absent in Palestine, including ensuring private sector compliance with minimum wage and labor law condition, which might improve the participation of women in the labor market, as well as improve their chance to have jobs in the private sector. The expansion of mobile service centers resembling mobile libraries to reach women in rural or conflict-prone areas where a permanent physical presence may be risky, mainly nowadays after the 7th October. The provision of financially viable product and delivery system that cater to the needs of low-income women and women-led micro and medium-sized enterprise, MSMEs, is also very essential. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very, very interesting. Now, I give the floor to the discussion. Again, Kudavashi Joshua Shipunsa, the floor is yours for discussing this paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Mora. I hope I pronounced that well.
Yes, yes.
Yes. I mean, it was an interesting presentation, and I must admit that my comments are based on the paper that was submitted. So there might have been changes along the way. Please pardon me if my comments do not align with the current version of your paper. So this study investigates the factors. I'll start with the aim of the study. The study investigates the factors contributing to the gender gap in digital financial inclusion in Palestine's context. The reason is that there is limited research that exists on digital financial inclusion, particularly with a gender lens in Palestine's context. I think this could be an important aspect of research because leveraging digital financial inclusion for women's inclusion and empowerment is really important in achieving the gender equality, UN SDG 5. So I think this makes this paper relevant for policymakers. There are some suggestions that perhaps I could, or comments that I have made to the paper. I'll start with the contribution. So I think the contribution of the to the literature might be improved since similar studies have been made that examine the gaps in financial inclusion from the gender lens. So maybe you might want to really explain why Palestine's context will be important to examine. I think, in other words, try to explain the significance of conducting a similar study in the context of Palestine. I think this is something perhaps you might want to make it clear to the reader. And turning to literature review, I think the literature review lacks a clear structure, which might make it a bit hard for readers to follow the argument that the author is trying to make. And I'm here referring to the empirical literature review. And also at the end of the empirics, it's also hard to then see the research gap that the author seeks to make. And this might be stemming from the way the empirics has been structured and so forth. So maybe try to enhance the flow of the empirics as well, which makes the research gap a bit clearer. And I did not quite see any theory that seems to speak to the study. So what is the underpinning theory of this study? I think this is not coming. I did not see it really in the paper. Maybe something to consider, usually in the financial inclusion domain, debt intermediation theory, capital conduit theory, something perhaps you could consider discussing in the paper if that is relevant, I suppose, to the financial inclusion literature. Okay. And also one gets to see that digital financial inclusion is quite a key aspect of the paper, perhaps delving into the technological affordance model would also be helpful in trying to strengthen the theoretical foundation of the paper. And to provide context, the author ought to have a section on stylized effects of digital financial inclusion in Pakistan. I think this could help the reader to have a context of the financial inclusion landscape in Pakistan. And now turning to methodology.
This study is about Palestine, not Pakistan.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Did I say Pakistan? I meant to say, sorry, Palestine, yes.
I was wondering,
Sorry.
indeed.
My apologies, but but you get the point, do you?
Yeah, you meant Palestine in any case, no?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so also the Osaka blinder decomposition approach. I think the motivation of using this approach was not well explained. Maybe you could consider explaining it more clearly. And the author didn't explain the composition of the financial access index. What is it composed of? Or perhaps I did not see it. So also maybe motivating why an index would be preferred vis-a-vis single indicators. And also how the financial access index was constructed was not explained, or might have missed it. And the financial technology index, how it was constructed is also a bit unclear. One could see that, a binary variable was assigned one to a consumer who owns or uses at least one of the digital financial services. But I wouldn't know if this would then imply that this is an index, because it appears to me that this is a binary variable. Maybe this could be explained a bit more clearly. It didn't come across as an index to me, but it is referred to as a financial technology index. Okay. Yeah, so maybe this is a bit pedantic, but conventionally the variables are defined and summarized in a table format. You might just want to consider tabulating the definition of the variables that are used in the study. But of course, you did very well in explaining the changes in the variables between 2016 and 2022. Now, okay, I'll just skip this one for now. All right, then the text in table 1 would be aligned evenly. Okay, that's just a small comment. Right. Now, the author then discussed the impact of financial technology on financial literacy on page 14 of the paper. But this is not coming through as an objective in the paper. Maybe something that was then added on later on. But I thought this is a bit contrary to the stated objective. And the construction of the financial literacy variable also has not been explained. What constitutes the financial literacy and how is it measured? It's not explained clearly in the paper. Turning to the conclusion, now we could also consider just highlighting the limitations of the paper and the directions for future research. The paper then also touches on COVID-19, but it's also unclear on how COVID-19 was captured. COVID-19 pandemic was captured in the study. So this is something you could also take note of. It's on page 16, the paper. Otherwise, apart from these comments, I think I enjoyed reading the paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other question on this paper from the table? So maybe we are near to the coffee break. So thanks for all your contributions, and we will move now to the break. Thank you. Bye. Offside, yes, outside. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hi, Andrea. Good morning.
Hello,
It's
Reem.
good to see you. We are in a coffee break, so
Perfect.
we'll resume in 5 minutes, I think.
Enjoy your coffee. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, good morning, everybody, again. So we are continuing on our program. We have the policy session, which is the policy keynote with my friend and colleague Andrea Renda. Andrea, he is the Director of Research at the Center for European Policy Studies. Andrea, you remember EMANES in the time. Now, before it was EMNES in 2014. And now EMANES, we added Africa since 2020. And of course, SEPS is the co-founder of EMNES and EMANES. Here we have Cynthia too with us on site. So Andrea, he started at SEPS since when I was there. So we have many years being colleagues in the time. And then he he leads the SEPS unit on global governance, regulation, innovation, digital economy. And currently, since a couple of years, last year, Andrea, you're Director of Research.
1 year, yeah, 1 year.
1 year, exactly. The time passes very fast, really. And Andrea is an expert on digital regulation, digitalization, and he has been on the forefront of all of these developments since many, many years. Have the pleasure and really am very happy to hear about what you're saying to us today. We had a couple of days very interesting. The pre-conference session was about, in fact, the interconnection between the progress of AI and neurotechnology. You know, currently I'm quite interested into this intersection between neuroscience and economics and policy. So I really invite you to have a look at that session whenever you have a bit of time. With a couple of days, we discussed how digitalization and how technology would enhance the economic development. We had also Ricardo Hosman, who had done his keynote speech, and Hela Said, who also gave her keynote yesterday, mainly about the vision of Egypt and how digitalization can really become the lever for the future economic development for the Mediterranean region. So looking forward to hear what you're saying to us today. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rim. It's a great pleasure to be able to address you, although from a distance. Unfortunately, as many of you know, the last days before the Christmas break for a think tank like CEPS are normally quite hectic, and it's difficult for me to travel these days. But it's good to see also many friends in the room. Not only my good friend Rim, but also Carlo, I see next to you, and of course Cinzia is in the room. And you know, it's great to reconnect and share some ideas. I do agree with the digitalization approach. I will say some things in my presentation about this, but I'm happy also to engage in a conversation on this, because I do believe that a certain approach to digitalization can be conducive to development, but that absent that certain approach to digitalization, what might happen is that some countries that already have a competitive advantage in the digital transformation will have an even greater advantage going forward. And indeed, the projections that we have, for example, on the impact of AI on the economy, increases the inequality between countries, with China and the US benefiting the most from the transformation that AI is bringing. And just to give you an idea of the magnitude, although this projections never have to be taken at face value, but imagining for this decade an estimated that this the projections from 2019, various consultancy firms have projected a $15 to $16 trillion dividend from the AI transformation, and in addition to GDP, they will be as high as 26% over a decade for China, some 20%, 19% for the US, some 12% for Europe, and over a decade, 5% for Africa and Latin America. So everybody was looking at the $16 trillion dividend as the big ticket item, but behind those projections, and even if, again, these are models and they don't have to be taken at face value, but the underlying assumption was that global inequality would only increase as a result of the AI revolution. And that's still today the case. Indeed, we just launched, and I invite you to have a look at it. We just launched a couple of days ago a new atlas of AI called AI World, that really shows you basically all the things you wanted to ask about AI and never dare, wanted to know about AI and never dare to ask, on investment collaboration in various parts of the world, very granularly presented in terms of geography. And it was a very important presentation for us, because it's the first time that we produce such a wide and broad atlas that we put together thanks to the newly created, meaning a one-year-old data science team at CEPS. So that said, let me go into my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions on things that, the various things that I will say. I want to reflect on economics, because after all, this is a meeting of economists, and the economics that we use and the economics that we will use in the future, and how economics and economic thinking is feeding into the new industrial policy. These days, I think, is one of the most important topics, at least the topics of interest from my vantage point. So I am, so here I am. Let me. I assume you see my slides. Do you see them in presentation mode or in presenter mode? Let's say do you see them as big as they could be? Just let me know. And
yeah, you need to put it on presentation mode.
So this would be better,
yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
No, because I got 3 screens, so I need to know which ones are the ones that you're actually seeing. Okay. And okay, so mine is a reflection on place-based transformation and industrial policy that rests on 4 sets of assumptions. It comes from different pieces of work that have been active and that I completed. One for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And actually, the title was more or less in line with this one, so on reconciling place-based transformation with the industrial policy, with sort of centrally coordinated industrial policy. But also the work I did for DigiGrow and for CEPS on choosing the North Star in industrial policy, something that I also presented recently to Intereconomics, but also work that I'm doing on the digital transformation and what could be Europe's offer and the sorts of partnerships in the digital world when it comes in particular to one aspect of digital transformation, which is the digital public infrastructure. So I'm going to have to go fairly quickly through these four things. The overall background is the need to navigate a transition that is increasingly seen as triple, so green, digital, and social, for the reasons that I will explain in the coming minutes, in a context of polycrisis. I mean, in a context where the shocks become recurrent and interrelated. And I see Carlo is in the room, is an expert in foresight. You know, that these experts like Carlo become more and more precious as we know that we need to reason on the basis of alternative futures, and we cannot anymore extrapolate the present into the future. So four main big considerations, and then I'll try to elaborate upon for the remainder of my presentation, is the fact that Europe in particular, but not only Europe, is seeking to restore or promote further competitiveness. And that's, again, a mantra and a word that is on everybody's mouth in Brussels and in the rest of Europe. It is not necessarily always qualified with adjectives such as sustainable or such as resilient. But it's also true that at the same time, Europe, while there's a key, almost an obsession at the moment with the new European Commission on competitiveness. First of all, there is no clear definition of competitiveness, at least in the report written by Mario Draghi for Ursula von der Leyen. And at the same time, there are a variety of definitions that have different gradients, different flavors of sustainability, technological sovereignty, and resilience. We don't know which one is actually the one that will become the North Star of the European Commission. What is clear is that in its various policies, the next EU leadership, but also other countries in Europe and in the neighboring regions, will necessarily have to pursue a number of other goals. And the actual policy mix that will be resulting from this interplay is also what you see on the right-hand side of the screen. Some scholars, including myself in past publications, have somehow depicted a sort of trilemma, right? Where you have the competitiveness imperative, but you also have the strategic autonomy or economic security considerations and the decarbonization ones. And I could add, if anything, you know, in a tetralemma, which is a term that is used more in foresight than in policy, I would say. In a tetralemma, I would add social considerations that increasingly got into the picture, social and territorial considerations, as I will elaborate upon in the next few minutes. Already with this trilemma, there's an emerging awareness or an emerging belief that it is easy to imagine how you could actually achieve two of these three goals, but it's actually much more complicated to imagine that unless you assume that you have 800 billion euros a year, like the Draghi report does, that you can actually achieve all three over the coming years. So what might be the resulting policy recipe might be either a search for competitiveness and autonomy by boosting the existing gray industry, for example, delaying in the automotive sector the transition towards full electric, or postponing some of the environmental goals, or you can try to be competitive and decarbonizing. But in this case, you probably have to open to sustainable trade and even start producing outside of the EU to a large extent. But then you would not achieve perhaps the strategic autonomy and economic security elements in some cases, or you can decarbonize and try to achieve economic security, but you might have to give up competitiveness, or at least to some extent. So that's a little bit the reflection that we're having in Brussels. Second set of considerations is in doing this, in seeking competitiveness, we probably have to resist the temptation to treat Europe and even neighboring regions as if they were very homogeneous. Like cohesion policy typically treats every single zip code or region in the same way, or in some cases, the link between innovation policy and cohesion policy tries to imagine basically every region of Europe becoming Silicon Valley, and that's impossible. And of course, we have had for many years the idea of smart specialization, but this has not fully resulted into a clear understanding of what is the frontier and the potential. I mean, certainly Ricardo Hausmann will have elaborated on this point in his metaphor of the alphabet, right? You know, that typically he uses, like, once you have the letters available in a given region, what are the words that you can compose? You know, what is the technology potential and frontier that you can actually reach with those regions? And how is this development functional to a more pan-European vision of industrial policy? And so that has to be confronted against the fact that technology is increasingly concentrated, especially the more it becomes complex, the more it requires compute infrastructure, skills, and specific university presence, administrative and institutional capacity, and the availability of financial capital. The more these technologies, especially when they got sophisticated and the more they become general purpose, tend to be concentrated in a number of hubs. And once you have these hubs, rather than trying to replicate these hubs throughout the territory, you should actually try to ensure that they are connected, right? And so the polarization in terms of the development of technology is almost inevitable for specific types of technologies. It doesn't mean that the benefits from this interconnection between what, for example, in the AI space today would be called either AI hubs, or in the jargon of the European Commission, AI factories. It doesn't mean that the benefits produced by these interconnections should not be diffused in the European Union. So we need to find a way to balance the concentration of production with the sharing of the benefits, with the diffusion of the benefits. Third consideration is the fact that we are increasingly aware and finding out that what some scholars would call the geography of discontent in Europe. So who stands to lose out of the current policies for green and digital transition in particular? This calls for a refinement of the agenda on territorial impacts and smart specialization strategies in light of a blended vision of competitiveness that incorporates strategic autonomy and social and environmental sustainability considerations. And finally, I want to say something about the digital public infrastructure, meaning how governments can step up to try and create an environment in which solutions create value that is retained at the local level and empower citizens and businesses in a way that, in my opinion, can become the real way towards the digital transformation for countries in Africa, for countries in Northern Africa in particular, and also other countries in Europe. So there's a number of developments there, and not necessarily harmonious, in my opinion, but there is a lot of attention at the moment in the European Commission also to develop an offer that would extend to Northern Africa in particular, what comes to be known as the global offer at the moment, but would immediately be piloted most likely within global gateway and neighborhood policies in the form of digital public infrastructure solutions and services. So on the policy, on the economic approach, I think what we have gradually discovered is that while we knew that in economics, in the economic approaches that we use in public policy, we need to make a transition. There is a full transition from what we call linear policymaking to what I will call quantum policymaking in the next couple of minutes. Grim and Carlo, Cinzia, many others know that I do quite a lot of policy evaluation and impact assessments of public policies. Typically, in this link between macroeconomics and microeconomics, we tend in the practical application to use still a fairly simplistic approach in economics. So where the goal is typically maximizing one element. It could be GDP growth, it could be competitiveness, it could be productivity. Many economists, including some of our colleagues or former colleagues in SEPS, still believe that many policies have to follow the Tinbergen principle, right? One policy, one goal. That the real reason to intervene is when markets can't make it. And the reason to change existing policies, so what we call state or regulatory failures, are typically confined to the cases in which regulations have failed to fix a market failure. Typically, we tend to reason based on one method, which is cost-benefit analysis. In a limited number of cases, and in particular for investment decisions, we use cost-effectiveness analysis or benefit-cost ratio. But typically, we tend to try to monetize or quantify as much as possible benefits and costs and take our decisions based on the option that maximizes the net present value or the benefit cost ratio, depending on the type of decision to be taken. And we do that on the basis of one future, right? We typically build a baseline, which is the extrapolation of the present into the future, and ask ourselves, what if we do nothing? And is there an option that is particularly preferable to doing nothing? We then choose one policy option and we stick to that one until we evaluate the policy over the next few years. And we do this on the basis of typically one homogeneous territory, although in development economics, of course, there's sometimes very micro conditions that are being taken into account at the local level. From the standpoint of a government, it could be the Spanish government, the Egyptian government, or the European Commission. There's typically a tendency of treating the territory by averaging it out, right? So I've started from this consideration and then started to go into an understanding of what we have seen over the past year. So the piling up of crises in a way that makes it difficult to predict what next shocks will be connected to additional shocks and in what way. And this creating a lot of uncertainty in terms of the implementation of policies. And again, Carlo has been, we had these discussions on in projects, in the Horizon Europe projects that we had in the past, such as Trigger, for example, when you have governments trying to formulate policies as if the future were linear, but increasingly realizing that it's not a matter of luck. It's just a matter of fact that policies will incur a number of shocks, and that those shocks will be interconnected in a way that it's difficult to predict. So this is where foresight comes into the picture and where alternative futures have to be the basis of future policies. And this is where some of the certainties that governments have displayed over the years, such as we can build the Green Deal knowing what will happen and knowing what we need to do, that is actually something that we cannot we cannot take as the basis for our policies anymore. So that changes a lot the economics, and Cinzia knows this. I mean, I've been sort of compiling a number of sins of our policies in the past years that become the new blueprint, it's a little bit the lessons learned that, in my opinion, should inspire. And we see some of that in the European Commission. Hopefully, I've had the chance to interact quite a lot with the new leadership already. We see some desire to bring changes. But in my opinion, with respect to this uncertainty and the variety of goals that we need to pursue, failing to learn how, the lessons of preparedness from the pandemic, from the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, from the Middle East shock, from the energy prices shock, and from other shocks brought by climate and biodiversity, because we've seen those in the past years. This is potentially a sin of the past and something that we should not continue replicating in the future. Not being prepared to learn once an emergency occurs. So be ready to get go and learn how to, in an agile way, in an adaptive way, take decisions as reality evolves in a dynamic way. It's equally a sin. In my opinion, a sin has been also try to interpret the sustainable development goals as something you can divide and pursue selectively. The Green Deal, in my opinion, at the EU level has been such thing because the EU perhaps didn't have the competences on health, on institutions, on the rule of law, on governance, and to some extent poverty, education, and human capital. But that has basically generated a little bit of a monster, which is a Green Deal that now has created a lot of discontent, if you wish. So I'm going to get there in a second. The idea that now we are in the business of generating innovation as if innovation were all alike, whereas we need specific types of innovation that are functional to our view of a sustainable development of society. And that is also something that, in my opinion, has been a sin of the past. We should not replicate it in the future. Constantly switching where we're headed, competitive sustainability, sustainable competitiveness, strategic autonomy, economic security, and the likes, and now competitiveness as something that confuses pretty much the implementation measures that have to be compatible and consistent with the mid to long-term goal. In my opinion, this has created quite a lot of confusion in the past 5 years. And the confusion is still very visible in the European Commission today. We don't know exactly what competitiveness applies. And I'll say something at the end of the presentation about what blend of competitiveness we are proposing at the moment, and issue an invitation also on behalf of Cinzia to all of you. Ignoring, and this is partly related to the dividing of the SDGs, ignoring the distributional impacts of policies. It's been, in my opinion, quite a recurring feature of the way in which we have designed and approached policies in the past 5 years from the EU perspective. And the same applies to that specific type of distributional impacts. There are territorial impacts. So looking at territorial impacts, a quick reflection on the needs to leave no one behind and the relevance of territorial impacts that can be also reflected into our EMANES discussion, right? As I said before, research and innovation for specific technologies is becoming increasingly concentrated for the economics of these technologies in excellence hubs. The same applies to AI, neuroscience, and synthetic biology, and all the more sophisticated of the new technologies. The benefits needing to be shared across the whole EU territory and beyond. The EU needs to spread those benefits beyond the EU. There is a need to establish more coherence between what we do in research and innovation policy and how the benefits are spread through within the European Union and cohesion funds. And this is something that will apply certainly to the next framework program for research that should have a clear link, FP10, with cohesion funds. There is a lack, and I don't know whether you've been discussing this in the EMANES conference, but there's a clear lack of a bridge between what we do in research and innovation and what we do in the Global Gateway at EU level, and the bridge between the two. And this is something recognized by both DG Research and DG INTPA in the European Commission, is this research, education and development pillar of the Global Gateway, which is completely underdeveloped. And so we will be working in SEPS to promote its strengthening over the coming years, so that the EU can reach out to neighboring countries, to partner countries, to involve them much more organically into our research and innovation projects over the coming years. And there is an emerging wisdom on the need for strategic external action and also the pursuit of global public goods towards multi-stakeholder partnerships, so in a more inclusive way, but we haven't seen that happening in a way that really provides concrete solutions for countries that aren't for example, in the Northern Mediterranean or in the Southern Mediterranean, sorry, or partner countries in the Eastern neighborhood or in Africa. It's something that the European Commission is quite aware, should be done in the future, but we haven't seen this yet. So here's about the technology complexity and the relative competitiveness of the EU. You see that the EU lagging behind. This comes from the Draghi report on many of the leading technologies that are more sophisticated, and being better positioned on technologies where, at least in terms of patents, the EU still holds the leadership, but where it's losing also its competitiveness, in particular vis-a-vis China and the greener technologies. So a situation that is highly suboptimal. And for those more complex technologies, the emergence of hubs also in Europe that do not talk to each other. So here what this produces is the polarization effect that I was mentioning before. Countries like France, but also many others, concentrating votes that are more pro-EU and more, if you wish, for the multi-level endeavor that the European Union represents. This preference has been very concentrated in cities and in the hubs, where the benefits of technological development and infrastructure are emerging, but an ocean of anti-EU sentiment and more populist sentiments in the rest of the country. Obviously, the recent US elections, but even the previous ones would give this red ocean as well. And then, of course, we've seen, in my opinion, in a rather legitimate way, a lot of protests from people that and economic actors. One can, of course, not necessarily agree with the mode of protest, but I think if we look at who has really benefited from the policies of the past 5 years, I think both truck drivers, farmers, and many other categories have some reason to demonstrate and ask for a more just transition. So what we are seeing is the need for a different type of economics, and also the realization of one fact for those of you that do policy evaluation of foresight. On the one hand, policies that aim ultimately at well-being of individuals will need to be studied almost in a granular way, territorial, because the impact of these policies, the way they land and how they translate into individual and collective well-being changes for every zip code. And so impacts will have to be monitored and observed with a lot more data availability going forward, and with a lot of more blending of disciplines. I come from 2 days of confrontation and joint workshop with a group of cultural anthropologists and public policy experts that really try to look at the very local level on how policies actually land and are implemented, and how effective they are, depending on the social infrastructure available at the really local level. And there's also the fact that impacts are superposed, right? So we will see what the impacts of policies only when we observe them, like in Schrödinger's cats, if you wish. That's why I call it quantum policymaking, because we have elements of entanglement and superposition. And this leads us to the need for a better understanding of local conditions and more data requirements. So if you look at what I showed you before in linear policymaking, the transition to quantum policymaking means going from one goal to that is more open-ended, like increasing growth, to the setting of frontier, a variety of a multitude of goals, and the need to observe impacts as they unfold. The transition from the market failure-based reason for policymaking towards the need to achieve goals, which is what some countries have done in their transposition of the SDGs into policy, but to a very limited extent. From cost-benefit analysis to multi-criteria analysis that incorporates trade-offs. Some scholars, including my friend Nicholas Ashford and the MIT, would call it trade-off analysis. From one future to alternative futures, as I said already. From one policy option to the need to incorporate in our analysis the need to course correct if there's a shock. And so even choosing the policy options that are more adjustable over time compared to the ones that are less easy to course correct. And rather than one territory, place-based approach to innovation and policymaking that increases that deepens our understanding of how policies land on the territory. So this is, I think, one of the challenges for us. Examples of how do you bring all these different goals into single paradigms is one is and I go super quickly through this, the transition from an industry 4.0 approach, which is purely digitalization of industry, to an approach to industrial transformation that incorporates human-centric, sustainable, and resilient component, what we call industry 5.0, and applied and practiced in DG research in the European Commission, but not in DG Grow, to give you one example. And I think we should go towards embedding in industrial transformation all the goals that we have. I'll stop here for a second because otherwise I will go too long. And so I'll keep this as an example perhaps understanding a little bit better the territorial dimension of policy. So I jump to a different slide. Understanding the following things, that the geography of discontent matters. You have here a snapshot from the report of the high-level expert group on cohesion policy that was led by Andrés Rodríguez Pose, which looks at the vulnerability and so the exposure to discontent of for both in the report, both the green and the digital transition. Here it's particularly the readiness and vulnerability with respect to the green transition. The fact that technology specialization and relatedness, so an approach based on economic geography and complexity, could give us that granularity that we need to understand what each region of Europe can actually achieve in the medium term. And we can do this inevitably also for Africa and understand what the patterns of collaboration would be. The idea of that we need to understand governance dynamics and the preconditions for innovation at the local level, the need to cherish place-based innovation and benefit sharing in what has been defined as the fifth freedom, or by the Letta report, or the right to stay, meaning in creating local conditions for well-being. How is this being translated into concrete policies? What we see, these are snapshots from leaked documents, so they are not official and they are being revised. What we are seeing at the EU level is, at the moment, a realization which comes from many of the papers that have been produced, the Draghi report, the Letta report, many of the papers that we have produced also as advisors. The lack of strategic steer, if you see my cursor at the bottom left of this slide, the lack of the need to embrace complexity, and solve complexity in EU industries and industrial policies. And so the idea of conflating the different programs that we have, from the innovation funds to EU for Health to Horizon Europe, various pillars, to InvestEU, into a single European competitiveness fund that more coherently advance the strategic goals of the European Union, possibly in a way that is simplified and flexible. And this becoming an element and a pillar in a strategy, and here you have the competitiveness fund here in the middle of the right-hand part of the screen, where now the action of the European Union will start from the State of the Union speech next September, the first EU strategic reports and discussions in Council, the setting of long-term priorities, and three main areas of actions for the EU going forward, one of which will also be particularly interesting for non-EU countries. So first, the need to, as I said before, create a single European competitiveness fund. And again, I'm not sure that this will see the light as such, but that's a little bit the attempt. Second is to bring all the multi-level governance instruments of the EU, so between EU and member state level, into single national plans that try to advance not only the development of individual member states, but also a development and an industrial transformation that is functional to a pan-European industrial policy design. So, and finally, you see this at the bottom, a strategic funding approach outside of the EU, because there are cases in which, even in industrial policy, the EU, and that one case in point that is being discussed is clean hydrogen for Northern Africa in particular, in which the EU will actually have to choose to produce outside of the European Union, and possibly, hopefully, creating value at the local level. So that is a little bit what is emerging. In all this, I would just spend a couple of minutes to say a final thing, if I have the time, Rim. You see that my time is, I have 4 minutes to go with respect to my time slot, and I don't know if you want to ask questions. But if I can say a couple of things to where I see the digital transformation fits into this, I would just give a snapshot of what I think is the common language that we can build between European member states, European Union member states, but also non-European countries in the future. So first of all, simply saying that the digital transformation is going to do good to us, let me see, is not sufficient. We need to understand that if nothing is done in terms of approaching the digital transformation of countries, in particular of countries that do not possess the leading technologies, the leading general purpose technologies today, if we don't do something that is very specific, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, the inequality effects will be only exacerbated. In my opinion, we need to recognize the fact that governments can step up and become arbiters of the destiny and future of their countries when it comes to the digital transformation. In particular, what we have seen over the past years, which is an enormous capture of the value generated at the local level in the hands of a fistful of very powerful tech giants, which has also led to the, let's say, exit of the value and the data from the country into the hands of largely US-based cloud giants. If you want to avoid this, we need something that governments can provide in the form of a digital public infrastructure. So first, two things that I want to say. The first is governments will, in the age of deep digital transformation, potentially play a variety of roles. So not just changing the way we regulate and modernizing it, changing the way in which we audit and we inspect through the use of modern technologies and modern regulatory tools, such as supervision through technology. Changing the way the governments provide services to citizens through algorithmic decision-making in a way that is trustworthy. And here, Europe can most likely help. Also non-European countries to the extent that we get our act together on trustworthy AI. But governments also increasingly become trustees in data exchanges. And data governance, in my opinion, is the key layer in that respect, where governments need to ensure that the data can be collected and reused for the public benefit at the local level. Governments as catalysts of innovation, again, mostly through offering possibilities for reusing data, but also offering compute infrastructure, access to skills and infrastructure for small and medium-sized enterprises for the provision of value-added services. And finally, governments as platforms, a little bit what Estonia has done with the X-Road, providing a fully integrated and interoperable open source technology stack. And so here's what is emerging as at the global level, but also even more after India has taken the lead with the India stack. In Europe, there is a lot of reflection on the following, and that's my last slide, the last slide I will show, on how in the technology stack that you see on the left, which is a typical technology stack on the internet, currently dominated by private players, governments can invest to create solutions that are open source, that are cheap, that can be transferred across countries, across applications, and in particular revolve around the three main layers. One is the digital identity, the other one is the digital payments, and the third one is what we call the data exchange. Here you have a little bit of a broader stack in the DPI that I'm showing here in the picture. At the EU level, we are trying to make it happen with a variety of initiatives, but there's also a lot of work being done to create solutions for the digital public infrastructure that will become solutions that can be not only shared and transferred within Europe, but also shared with non-European countries in a way that in technology terms can be defined as self-sovereign, in the sense that what the EU will do is to propose a global offer of solutions that countries can take and make their own, develop in a way that, for example, the data that are generated stay within the country. And so the EU is not selling the solutions, but it's offering the solutions in a way that can empower countries at the local level and communities at the local level. So for me, this is what, in terms of the partnerships and the digital transformation, we should be seeking in terms of the digital transformation in the future. The empirical evidence that emerges from the availability of a digital public infrastructure is quite compelling on results in terms of efficiency of public services, growth impacts, competitiveness related impacts, self-sovereignty, strategic autonomy, and the possibility to empower digital democracy at the local level. So I think I see this as one of the most promising avenues for future cooperation and partnerships. And that's why I wanted to have this little add-on to the otherwise broader presentation that I gave you thus far. And I'm going to stop here as it's already 2 minutes late. And I'm going to stop sharing and give the floor back to Rim.
Thank you, Andrea. That was great.
Thank you.
I have a lot of questions. I will start with one because I mean this really brought a lot my attention on the transformation from what you described as linear policy making into quantum policy making. And this means that we are moving into an era of policy making that needs data, and a lot of data and a lot of storage of data. And also, this might also need to deal with the privacy of this data, because this is not only about country data, but also about individual data, individuals. So in fact, we're dealing with granularity, and this is also what brings complexity in how one can deal with this data, for which use, for which access, and for which objectives. And then I like very much the fact of your last or before last slides about the changing role of governments, where in fact the premise of this changing role is underpinned into a trust. This is very important, trust. Now, trust is not something to be given, but something to be earned over time. And I see that we are living in a world where trust is elapsing overall in terms of governance. So this brings me to the idea that, yes, of course, we are in a way transferring certain roles to what you call the quantum policy making, because the quantum policy making does not anymore take into consideration the individual capacity to protect certain, roles. But then now we are transferring to a, I would say, a technology, an algorithm that will eventually be entrusted with certain data and certain sensitive data that we might or we might not want to share. So, in theory, this is all great. In practice, I don't see how the rules, either soft or hard rules, means regulation, could solve the problem. Because while there is an elapsed collective trust on the capacities of the governments and policy making to solve the societal challenges. So this is my first reflection. Yes, complexity. I mean, I don't know. I want to do the parallel on the financial industry where it's very complex. And then at a point in time, to assess the risks, we need a lot of data, but then you know better than I in the financial also system that it's not easy to assess the risk profiles. Although we have all the data, it's a data extensive industry. So I really don't know to what extent all of this will make us solve the societal challenges. So this is my first question, and I take the second question is there has been a global compact of AI, of digitalization by the UN at the Summit of the Future this year. How do you see this? So yes, you mentioned the regional dimension, which is EU dimension, and EU in a way trying to figure out how to deal with those trade-offs between the different objectives, and then trying to redefine competitiveness in an era of AI. But then the world is changing very, very fast. And I have the impression also that at the global governance level, they are having difficulties to manage all these developments. So how do you see also the global governance perspective, and how even the SDGs themselves are responding to the societal needs that we are facing? And then we are in 2025 now, I mean, in like a few weeks, and the SDGs are supposed to be finalized in 2030. And practically the world has not achieved these SDGs. So what are we doing? Are we just theorizing about what we want, and then we move from, yes, we failed in linear policy making? Do you think we will not fail in quantum policy making? Do you?
Thank you, Rim. Let me see if there are more questions so that I collect
So I
them.
see Yagane here and Tiago. And then, okay, we'll do a tour. So, yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I follow up on one of the issues that Rim already asked you about, that is the issue of data. I think that one important change in the current setting is that governments have lost the monopoly of data. I mean, most of the data that is being produced nowadays is just because we are just selling it for free with our mobile phones. How can governments make better informed decisions without having access to this data? Thank you.
Hi, Andrea. Thank you for the presentation. I think my question goes more towards industrial policy, because I think I see it as a big barrier to establish a quantum policymaking, because well, we are seeing terrorist wars and protectionism. So how do you think Europe could position itself on this landscape, as we see also a distrust on WTO and multinational corporations and stuff. So how do you see Europe as an opportunity and a challenge on that sense? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this keynote. It was very interesting. And my question is also linked with the one of Raul about technological giants that have all of the power or monopoly, and it's a threat to our digital sovereignty, I would say. And I love that at the end you came back to it and said, okay, these are the solutions. But do you also think that at Europe we need to change the way we look at things and like take measures more drastically, such as the one China took, like filtering or banning? I mean, it's against the EU DNA, but at some point there's a lot at stake. I mean, can you imagine that we go in that direction, or at least put some sort of taxes that are really implemented, because those technological giants, at the end of the day, they don't even pay their fair share of taxes. So that's one question. And another one was also linked to the, we had yesterday another keynote about competitiveness and how to achieve it. And one of the key points that was mentioned was that we need to have the know-how and transfer the know-how through the people. And I think in Europe, we also have a brain drain, a massive brain drain, especially in the tech industry towards the US. And one lesson from the keynote that I recall is that it is very key to absorb those people and like have a way to have the diaspora back and share the know-how, so we become competitive again in the industries that are key for us. So is there some policies or measures currently in hand to favor that? Thank you.
Yeah, to you.
To me? Okay, very
Yes.
good. I'll try to tackle all of them. I perfectly agree with the comments related to the data and the need, first of all, to protect privacy, but at the same time to leverage the fact that governments become potentially data producers when they regulate. If you put it in the regulation that there will be data produced and reported, then governments can leverage that for enhanced monitoring and evaluation of policies and understanding more the territorial impacts. Now, this requires a number of things. First of all, the development and diffusion of new regulatory techniques. Sometimes they go under the umbrella of RegTech, regulation through technology. And we see in the financial market sector already some, in the financial services sector, some experiments with SupTech, as I mentioned before, right? In particular in the reporting and supervision. The fact that the regulator and the regulated entity establish an agreement on secure data exchange, and then the constant flow of data that gets to the regulator is used with an application of AI to detect potential deviations from the expected behavior. And this triggers a more immediate response on the side of the regulator. Of course, this requires a lot of trust, a lot of encryption, a lot of security in the data exchange. So we don't have all the solutions for that now. In terms of the protection of privacy, similarly, the data that are useful for the policymaker are not necessarily the ones that are personally identifiable, but it's true that once you collect them, re-identification is normally very possible. We need to become a lot more, let's say, savvy in the way in which we slice data, and we collect the part of data that is useful for policy monitoring and tailoring of policies at the local level. It is possible, but we need to have a good data stewardship skills in governments and in the regulatory authorities. This is something that is really a new agenda for regulators. Regulators will be able to do this despite the fact that the technology giants have captured what in the past legislator Thierry Breton has estimated has been at least 90% of the data produced by European businesses and consumers for cloud-based giants, thanks to provisions such as the Data Act. If correctly implemented, the Data Act at EU level, it contains provisions for business-to-government data sharing, where governments can have access to information in the possession of the private sector that has to be remunerated at zero, meaning non-remunerated whenever there's a case of emergency, but it has to be rather minimally remunerated and can be reused for the purposes of the delivery of public services in case of public interest. So there is let's say in law and economics terms, we will call it the transition from a property rule to a liability rule. So from the right to exclude others from access to data in the hands of the private sector to simply the right to be remunerated whenever others use the data that are in possession of the private sector. It's a principle that is very important, very difficult to implement. We are at the very infancy of this, but this is why B2G data sharing provisions are there. Similar provisions are in the Data Act, but also to some extent, the Digital Markets Act and the Data Governance Act all contain provisions that tend to unbundle the conglomerate business models that bring together devices with data, right? To give you, apart from the fact that the Digital Markets Act, especially for the large tech giants, imposes obligations such as allowing, I'm going to cut a long story short and oversimplify, but allowing someone to install Android on an iPhone or install whatever other payment system or ID system on, so mixing and matching things, which is also to some extent problematic. The Data Act also establishes a principle that no one should imagine producing a product and imagining that the data that come with that product will be managed by the same company. So imagine whatever. I remember when Google bought Fitbit because he wanted the data, not the device. The principle in the Data Act is that if you buy a Fitbit, you should be able to take the data that you generate that will be stored in the Fitbit and give it to a third-party provider, not to Google, not to Fitbit, so that you separate out these two things. Now, in all this, the public sector becomes a trusted intermediary, potentially, that can oversee the unbundling of the data and the storing of the data, in not necessarily in government, but with third-party providers. And that is a little bit what the digital infrastructure will evolve into being, in particular on the digital identity and wallet dimensions. But all this requires a set of solutions, right? So I don't believe that we need to emulate China in that respect. I really think that there is a third way for Europe to dive a little bit deeper, which is what some people now call the Eurostack for industrial policy, and most people call digital public infrastructure for the more citizen and consumer facing services. I'll tackle and I'll go into the more macro issues gradually. Brain drain, I think, is very important. We need to have policies to avoid that people flee outside of our countries. It could be Europe or also non-European countries represented at the table. But to stay for a moment with Europe, if you look at, for example, competencies and education, we discover, based on the data, that Europe trains more leading AI scientists than the US, and almost as many leading AI scientists as China. The thing is, once we have trained them, they normally leave the country, they leave our region and end up working for US-based companies. But the educational specialization on AI exists in Europe, and the related skills exist in Europe. So how do we create an environment in which these researchers can stay? We are very far from it. So I'm working, we will be working also as SAPs, but also as advisors to the research on this. If I'll give you one example. Even the AI office in the European Commission is struggling to find the competences, and is now for several months trying to find the lead AI scientist and it cannot offer salaries that are that match the salaries available in the private sector, despite the fact of being a decent salary, right? That of a principal advisor in the European Commission. The solution it's not easy to find, but will come through the creation, for example, as the Draghi report advocates, of dedicated chairs, stability and good salaries, and a lot of flexibility for people that want to develop their AI research in Europe for what concerns AI. And of course, we need many other specializations, because the future of skills is not necessarily only about AI, but it's rather in the hands of those that combine domain knowledge with data science and AI knowledge. And I think there's a big investment to be made there at the European level. And again, I understand why Draghi puts on the table the need for 800 billion euros, but I'm not sure we will have them. So we need to understand how we prioritize in that respect. The same applies to the future of the SDGs and what's coming after the Summit of the Future. I mean, if you've seen the Global Digital Compact, there is a big section that dedicated to the digital public infrastructure in the Global Digital Compact as part of the Pact on the Future. There is a big section on skills. There is a realization and the reckoning of the fact that we are not going to achieve all the SDGs by 2030 in all likelihood. But there's also awareness that certain dimensions such as peace, such as social cohesion, such as the territorial dimension and democracy will have to be strengthened post-2030. So I'm a bit worried because 10 years ago, we were approving the SDGs, right? Meaning at the end of 2015. So 10 years ago, the debate on the SDGs was fairly advanced. 10 years down the road, the debate on what comes after 2030 is almost nowhere. And so I hope that next year, and we at CEPS will stimulate a little bit this debate, that we'll start to understand what is the new blend of goals and whether there is such a thing as a decade-long agenda that we can think about because of the increased unpredictability, or whether we have to think differently next time. There's also a lot of debate, okay, I cut it very short here, on whether is it right to pursue global public goods and goals with dedicated funds on initiatives, or whether we have to start blending environment and health, or whether we have to start blending biodiversity, environment and health, and so on, and social cohesion, and so on and so forth, migration and stuff like this. So we will see what the future brings. We don't know, in particular, post-Trump, what the future brings for the multilateral order. I think the EU should have a smart approach to what it does with trade, which is a bit less rigid on conditionalities, and understanding a little bit what the value of expanding its footprints in areas where perhaps what the EU would have to do to gain from a rigid application of CBAM, for example, which is for me largely an anti-China measure, but understanding what being so rigid on CBAM means for the relationship between Europe and Africa is something that the EU should have to reconsider, in my opinion. And the same applies to other portions of territory outside of the EU, in my opinion. So we'll see, and that's also in the expectation that there will be tariff wars and so on. So I'll close it there, hoping to have covered at least to some extent all the questions that were asked, and hand over to you again, Rim.
Very much, Andrea, you hear me, right? So that was really exciting, and I think it will provide food for thought for the EMANES team and EMEA to continue working on those transitions and transformations. Thank you again, and very happy to see you on screen. Hopefully next time in Barcelona, Andrea. And yes, so now we move into the next session.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, if you have
Bye,
time.
everybody.
If you don't
Thanks
have
for
time.
the attention and the patience.
Thank you very much. Now we have the case study session. I see the time. Let me check. So it's 12:07. So 12:07. So we need to resume at 12:30 for the lunch. So the case study session is on the impact of AI on EduTech, the era of objective knowledge. And then with us here, we have my colleague, Nectar Baziotis, who is AI officer of EMEA and also the CEO of Ecarus AI. So Ecarus has been an endeavor of several years, And I'm very happy to have this case study for Nectar to explain a little bit a case of EduTech, which I also think that EduTech, it's one of the key sectors that will see growth in the future, particularly in this era of transformation between AI and education, and also long life learning platform for different topics. So we have here Nectar, please, the floor is yours.
Zoom or with the microphone? Okay, let me share my screen. First of all, thank you, RIM, EMANES team, and EMEA team for inviting me here. It's a real honor. Actually, when I started with Icarus, RIM was one of the first one that believed in the project. They believed in the impact that AI can bring in education. Then afterwards, in 2019, the President von Leiden mentioned exactly that AI will bring an evolution in the industry, but then we had COVID, so we had to make some adjustments in the whole path. So I have a very, very small presentation, and then I will go to the platform. One of the important elements in life is how we perceive facts. When we were kids, when we were started counting, we knew that 1 plus 1 makes 2. And then we had also the mathematics that they proved this factor. But then afterwards, we understood that 1 plus 1 in some systems might be 0, like in Boolean system. Then AI comes and says, okay, I'm not going to take 1 as a number, I'm going to take it as a logical expression and a fact of an analysis. And now we are going to the quantum, where quantum says, it's not exactly a number, it's a fuzzy number, and we can finally see the results in the observant environment, but also in the final environment that it's expressed. Now, let me go to the impact of AI on EdTech. We have seen that traditional education have capped its limits. And we have seen, especially with a lot of installations that we have done and researches that we have done for universities, that traditional education needs to adjust to the freedom that the students and the teachers need in order to get to a better situation and better knowledge and better understanding of the fact. So the observer will become practically also the teacher and not just another number. As we progress with AI, Web3 technologies are getting inside the EdTech. And one of these is the blockchain. We have seen that several institutions and partners, they want to have the certificates linked with blockchain and have NFTs and have coins also involved. And this gives extra motivation to the students to say, okay, I'm going to study, but I'm going also to earn. So what is, I have to do a bit more now. It's not just to improve my skill set, it's not just to improve my course of career, but I want also to make some good living out of that. Now, what we observed was that the student was a focus of attention for everything, but the teacher was neglected. So we had to see, finally, how the teacher will have specific tools in order to get in a better situation, in order to say, how can I think more? Okay, I have my books, I have my research, but how will I get more research that will make me think and write a better syllabus or go to the future study? So we created the Icarus AI. I'm going to change my screen now to not to LinkedIn, to the platform. So we tried to be as inclusive as possible. We saw that 70% of students, especially that they don't connect with the native language of the lesson, even if they pay, and even they pay a lot, they drop the lesson. And this is a huge number, especially institutions, big educational institutions, they are having this problem, but also companies that they are giving an allowance for their employees or a program for their employees, they don't finish their program. So we said, okay, let's bring first transcripts of the content and then translation of the content. So as you can see here, this is our platform. If I run the video, and I hope it will. It would not, we would not hear it, but because it's the Zoom. But you can see on this side, we are having the transcripts. So whenever a professor speaks, we create automated transcripts, but also we create automated translations. So practically at a certain point, every lesson is able to be translated in the language or the native language of the student, which make them feel more accepted, they are more included. And of course, we can go for every language. I don't know. Let's go to, I think this is Korean. So we don't have any problem in a matter of seconds. We are having the result. We are having several case studies with the European Parliament. What we are trying to do is we are trying to make a translation, live translation of the speakers. The European Commission has given us 2 grants. We are partners with EIT Digital in 3 projects and hopefully more. Google Cloud has invested in infrastructure on us, and of course, EMEA is supporting us for many, many years in this path. Now, if I go inside one lesson, and this is where the beauty also starts for the student, I can start the course as every LMS, but on this side, I'm having what we are calling objective knowledge. We can use any kind of system like OpenAI, but if I go to a search engine this moment, I will see that the search engine knows me, understands me, will bring everything that I like, not everything that I need to know in order to progress. So what we try to do is to bring the concept of objective knowledge where we see the course, we see the profile of the student, what they need, what courses they have, how they deal with other courses, and we bring answers through the chatbot. So practically, if I type here, this is corporate governance, what is the future in or I cannot type with one hand. There. Then with AI, I will get a short answer. And I can start discussing on this answer, specifically on my profile, but also what I need to know more and more. So this also exists for the professors, so the professors they can have a discussion about their material and the discussion of what they wanted to publish in their class, and start the discussion also with the students. We have already more than 157 actually teachers and professors, more than 200 courses, and what we try to do is to get more data in order to understand more students, in order to understand the courses and give better results. Let's go back to the presentation. So yes, what we are trying to do is to reach the stars and to reach Earendel, which is the furthest star that NASA has found so far with the Webb telescope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nektar. Any questions? Okay, Shahir, and then, yes.
Thank you, Nectar. It's very impressive and ambitious as well. And I agree with you that in general, REAM supports everything that is innovative. So I totally understand that. I have three questions that I didn't get from the presentation. First, the courses themselves, they are prepared by professors, and then you get the material and adapt this to the website. And then it's open to the students who want to enroll in these courses. I mean, then how this works in general. And then second, after the student attends the course, and then I don't know if he has to validate the course through some exams, or I don't know how it works, but does the student get a certificate for this course, or it's just a supporting course for his course that he is supposed to take at the university, for instance? And finally, to what extent, and I think perhaps you heard this question dozens of times, to what extent such an interface affects the interpersonal skills that is part of the pedagogy that we have at the university and in classical schools.
I also had a question regarding the certification behind each course. So Shahir already asked it. And I would like to ask you also about the feedback of the students, like if you got some feedback, because I think like a lot of us are university professors, and basically we are struggling also with, we are trying to create blended courses and online courses to support what is going on face to face. And we are faced to a lot of challenges with the reactions in front of us, where sometimes it's like students in a lot of cases, it's public or private universities, they say, I'm paying to be here. I don't want to watch videos. I want to have the interaction. So do you have any feedback about this?
Yes, thank you, Nekta. I have also a question about accreditation. It's if you have any public accreditation, and also do you have information about the nationality of students, if they are mainly from the south or from north countries? And also, do you have any kind of partnership with private companies, in terms of also offering different classes or courses linked to what also private company are asking, in terms of competencies? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have one question regarding how can we control for the errors that can happen due to the machine? For example, we know the human error, and we know what can happen, the problems that can happen, for example, during the course or the assessment. But do we know anything about the errors that the machine can generate? For example, if I'm doing a replication of a model, and in some cases, the machine cannot differentiate between the variables. So I have to give the instruction to the machine regarding the variables. So in this case, if the course is completely generated by the machine, how can we know the type of error and control for it? Thank you.
Okay, I will try to answer because some of them are common. But yeah, okay. So I will start with certification. We are not yet an accredited institution. We have started the process. It will take us 2 to 3 years in order to get to become a university or a college. But we are having behind us the GHU, which is the Global Humanistic University, which provides the courses. And the accreditation is happening directly to them. So they take the course in Icarus, they take the certificate in Icarus, but it is directed to GHU, and they are taking the certification is given by them. And it's legit university. The same thing is happening with projects that are MSc projects from Erasmus Plus or from the EIT that is going to give certificates. The body is giving those certificates directly. In 2-3 years, we are going to be doing the same thing as a recognized institution. In terms of the interaction with between the professor and the student, we are having forums that the teachers and the students can discuss, or in one-to-one. And we want to bring now also meetings, online meetings that the professor and the student can have a communication, so more interaction. Because yes, we are living in the TikTok era, and we know that the student is going to try to immediately find some answers or some solution or some communication, but I believe that nothing can substitute the connection between the teacher and the student. This is something, you know, very sacred for me, that it would never break, ever. Now, in terms of the errors that we are having, the classes that we are presenting are made 2 ways. First, the teacher is able to introduce all the course inside the platform, or can be assisted by AI. We don't want to have purely AI courses, because purely AI courses are more, how to say, for now at least, they are not having the soul of the professor inside. We want to see the professor inside. We want to see the uniqueness that the professor is going to bring. AI is going to reinforce that and make it the difference, but until now cannot substitute it. So what we do is that we are providing a tool that can bring the syllabus, can bring suggestions about the course, but not the course itself. Anybody can do that by their own, but not yet in our systems. Am I missing something?
Thank you, Nikta. Maybe one more question.
Yes.
Just now in my university, we are it's negotiating to get different licenses about AI, and it's with different AI, but I guess it will be with ChatGPT Plus,
Okay.
and it costs a lot.
Yeah.
So it's a very big budget for the university, and it will be for student and also for professor.
Mhm.
And it's not very clear about how we will use it, but what many colleagues and also students are asking for is to use AI to help us for our courses, and also to use AI for students to, if they want to develop one point in one class, then they can use AI. It means that it will be courses with us, human, but also we will have a kind of assistant courses,
Right.
Virtual professors. It will be our colleagues, but it will be also, support or class for students. So it means that this kind of platform, so I think it will be a very huge competition. And how could you evaluate in this context? Thank you.
No.
So moving in the same direction, how do you see the future of the system, for instance, in terms monitoring the students and trying to avoid this dropout that you were saying. For instance, trying to provide them with personalized exercises that try to fill the gaps that have been already identified in evaluation. Imagine that you have one midterm exam, the system evaluates the exam, identifies some areas where the student has not the appropriate level, and suggests the student some additional exercise in order to improve that. So this can be done. Of course, you have training data set that you can adapt to this setting. But in terms of what you were saying, it's true that now we are going to have very different platforms following the same idea. So it will be interesting to see how you see the future for these educational platforms. Thank you.
And also, in addition to the monitoring of students, how you can monitor the content that is provided by the professors themselves. I mean, do you have a set of criteria based on which you select the professor who will provide you with the input to make sure that this input is credible, is correct, is not, I mean, that I'm not a professor who says, I mean, something that are not credible or that are not scientifically correct. So.
Maybe just one more question. When you mentioned the virtual instructor, you also said that you're able to capture their preferences, what they like. So how do you train this instructor? Is it what kind of insights you get from the students that you're able to train the instructor for the instructor to know the preferences and stuff?
Maybe just one small question also. These types of courses are more like from what you see are more tailor-made for undergraduate students or more into specialized course for postgraduate students. What is the most popular? What is the most demanded?
So, sorry, Nectar. Yeah. Yeah. I back to one of my first question. Do you have any statistic about the kind of student where they are coming from, if it's developing countries or not? And yeah, maybe I stop here.
It's a very short question. If the student is doing the assignments and the exams generated by the machine as well, can the course control for that, or can it see that this is machine generated and therefore grade accordingly? Or so we can have a machine submitting to a machine, and then how can we control for if this is human or machine generated? Thank you.
Sorry, Nectar. We are bombarding you, but yeah. In terms of the answers, do you, on the future, do you see that, because people are using the AI also to answer their questions on the tests and exams. Is there any way you thought about controlling this and see how, and I think for me, at least, it's very hard to tell if the answer is a AI answer or the student answer. But you think this is interesting to explore and have it on your platform as well?
Sorry. Yeah, it's also to follow nice question. So now what we are also, we are investing also in the university about also a new AI, but I didn't use it now. We are waiting to have the authorization, and it's new AI to check other different AI if students cheat, or if we have something that we cannot in our side to check with the AI that are available for us. Do you have this kind of AI too?
Okay, sorry for my voice. I was wondering how what counts as cheating when students receive this assistance from AI? How do you establish those parameters? Because I think the lines are very blurry with this assistance.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. So, a question I did not answer earlier is that I think you mentioned if we are having companies that are bringing us courses. For example, this is Expert Dojo, and they are an accelerator in Santa Monica, California, and they have brought all their courses for primarily their startups, but also they are selling them to their audience. So practically these courses are focused on business, marketing, sales, how to write your business plan, how to send emails. All these material is available for entrepreneurs, but also for students. Now, I think your question was if exactly this. We try to be agnostic in the level of student, in the sense that we can have students that are going for undergraduates, graduates, or they are working, they are entrepreneurs in this case, because I believe education should be inclusive in the sense that we cannot say that this is a specific. We have kids that are 11 years old that they play chess like grandmasters this moment. There is a kid this moment that it's great in neuroscience and is 10 years old. We have to see also this kind of generations that it's impossible to put them in a specific target group or in a specific information knowledge. In terms of statistics, the students that we are having are two sides. One is with companies like Expert Dojo or Pacific Park that they are bringing all startups or the employees, or EIT that is promoting their courses and they are bringing a lot of students in terms of organizations, EU bodies, or governmental. And the core students of Icarus are from around the world. We are having students from countries that you won't believe that we have them. Recently we got some students even from Bhutan or from Japan buying courses, and they read them in their own material, not Bhutan, Japan. But they so we are trying to reach an international audience. I will say in terms of statistics, 30% are from the States, 40% are from Europe, and the rest is from around the world. We are creating it. Actually, we are creating a grant for students that we are going to give 50 classes, and they are going to actually we are going to announce it very soon. And thank you for saying that because we want also to give these kind of opportunities to students. Now, in terms of testing, this is a great question on what is ethical or not in plagiarism. I believe if you copy paste from any kind of source and you don't say the source, then it should be excluded. Simple as that. But for that, there are tools, AI tools, that they can detect if the language that is introduced inside the platform is generated AI or not. And then we have the likelihood, if it's above 70%, because somebody cannot be writing like that, then maybe 70%, we cut it. And that is an essay. Most of our questions are multi-choice, but we are having an essay in several of the courses, and those courses we check with this tool, and if they don't pass, they have to redo it. I don't remember the rest of the questions. Sorry? Yes, yeah, yeah. Check the input practically. Check if it is generative AI that is coming to us or not. We cannot detect the source because several sources are masking it a lot, especially lately. Like ChatGPT Plus is going to to do that, to try to humanize as much as possible this. Now, on the error handling that we are having, we allow the professors in order to get inside and see what's happening, to see if the essay is okay, if it has 65% score, then they will be able to see it and say, okay, yes, it is generated AI or it's wrong, and or the machine did wrong because of the calculation, and then I will pass it. So we allow this flexibility to the professor to fix this machine error. And the engine will become better in order to get in a better situation afterwards. Did I forget something? Monitor in which okay. So because I have been and Rim knows that I have been many years in the recruiting industry, and I have seen countless of resumes. Yes, countless of resumes and countless of interviews. Every professor that is coming goes through me. I have an interview with them, then we see their material with our learning officer, and then we are signing an agreement with them. Okay. So we are having two ways. First of all, we are when somebody is onboarding, we are having a survey that they are submitting, and then we start seeing the responses on the quizzes, and from that we make comparisons. Exactly, exactly.
As university professors.
Okay,
I think never.
I have a couple of questions, and
Please.
then I leave Carlo because he has a comment. He said he doesn't have a comment. So my first question is, these platforms can be also very interesting in the long life learning. So why I'm saying this? Because when somebody they have already formal education, and then when you grow older, so you can filter what you want. So there is a own responsibility to filter what is good or what is valuable for the human being generally, okay? And then they can get into this lifelong learning. So what you said clearly about the entrepreneurs, okay? So these are all I would say courses which generally would not need to go into this complexities with universities, because you see the university system, most probably they have to embed the AI technologies and platforms into their business models, because you see you listen cheating still there, and and then who does what, and what is the role of professors or not, so all of this they need to leave their own transformation. But then, of course, platform like this, they could become a university, online university, which is possible if you want to go into that direction and you want to deal with those complexities. But then at the same time, in my view, this type of platforms should be very, very interesting to enhance this lifelong learning process, particularly in aging population. What we also can connect with the fact that the more you continue learning over the lifespan, and I have the pleasure to introduce Agustin EMANES. Agustin, he will give a speech later on, where I had the chance to see that there are some research in neuroscience that says the more you study in the lifespan, the more you have a cognitive premium, which is negatively correlated to the probability to have dementia and Alzheimer. And you correct me there. Perfecto. So, so my thinking is these type of platforms could serve that purpose in the long run, and also in the medium run. So you people can't be responsible when you reach a certain level. For example, I mean, okay, I have I mean, I studied economics, but if tomorrow I want to study, for example, arts, you know, I go enter into another, you know, topic, or I want to learn, for example, I don't know, something else, I can't do it. So it's not really connected to my formal education. So that's something that, you know, will take their evolution. And then I don't think, of course, there are overlaps with those platforms. So one has to think in a, you know, from a business model's perspective, where you want to focus. So this is my first point. My second point is, of course, my interest, or our interest, is to also contribute to reducing the divide between the developed and the developing countries, for example, Europe and Africa, or Middle East, and all of that. So, of course, there is an infrastructure issue, which is the infrastructure, the divide of the digital infrastructure, which is still there, and we have it. I mean, we have the data for that. But at the same time, in terms of this type of, you know, platforms, and so this is why it's very interesting to see how you could enter into those markets. But then, as I said, you know, in a structured way. My third point is about AI itself. I think, and then this is also my comment now was inspired by the pre-conference webinar we had on the first day, which was the interaction between the progress of neuroscience and artificial intelligence, and then these computer interfaces that now it's becoming, okay, yes, it's for treatment, I agree, and for whatever, for treatment of certain disorders, but in the long run, most probably, we will see interfaces that would connect to enhancing the knowledge. So you don't know, you will not be able to see what is produced by humans and what is produced by AI and algorithms. And this is, I see the future, because we're going to that direction. And again, Augustine, you correct me if I'm wrong on this, because you see our concept, what we have developed, the concept of brain capital with Harris and with other colleagues, you see, we plug two things, the brain skills and the brain health, okay? And I think in the long run, we will see artificial intelligence getting into more brain skills, and then the frontier would be completely blurred. You know, you can't talk about cheating or not cheating, because you don't know. It's all there won't be cheating anymore, because at the end of the day, it will be so I would say converging that, I mean, I don't know, maybe I would imagine, I mean, not me, maybe another, you know, other generations, they have a chip, and then they will learn directly from, they don't need to go even interacting with people. Okay, so of course, you see, depending where the technology will advance, and depending where we're going, and depending where I would say the breaks will. So how do you see this? And I give you, because
No, the problem is that we are going for lunch, so I cannot be. I have an issue that is too big, I think, but I want to give the question just a comment about the answer. The question is, I was struck by the name that you have given to your presentation. If you can put the first slide, the title. Okay, the impact on education technology, the area of objective knowledge. Okay, artificial and intelligence and education. So I understood that for you, the objective knowledge is the knowledge that artificial intelligence can give on a given subject. And then there is a subjective elaboration of that from a group, a class of people with the teacher that use this objective knowledge produced by AI for producing what? This is my question. What is the interaction between objective and subjective knowledge that we should develop? Because my question is, to what extent the use of AI for education that you have presented with this method, how it is related to creating critical thinking capacities of the people? of the students, but also in a long life learning perspective of the people involved, for example, into interdisciplinary workshops, where you use artificial intelligence for having evidence-based knowledge that is shared by all, but then the people need to develop something new from that. And you have given at a certain point also two hints. One is about the fact that you have developed courses which I think are very suitable for applying artificial intelligence on know-how, something, no? Because know-how is based on past experience. And so you use artificial intelligence for boost the capacity of the system. But what about using artificial intelligence about know why questions, which are much more philosophical and are based on the values of the people? And you have used another word in answering to all, was the teacher soul. When you said soul, when you said this should be given to the teacher soul for that should steward the process with the students for getting something new from this. Because the real risk of artificial intelligence that is not applied in this way with the teacher that really is transmitting the soul, the values, is that you are concentrated on a game for challenging directly the objective knowledge produced by AI, if there are errors or not. And that is a game that is lost by the beginning, I think. The real point is to use instead artificial intelligence to support, to put aside all the knowledge from the past that is already there, so you don't have to do much of effort for knowing all these things that we already know, the others know, okay, that you have on the table, but then to move to producing new knowledge, to generate human knowledge, not artificial knowledge, human knowledge about a situation, about something for steering your action. So my comment, the question is, what is the relationship between these tools and developing critical thinking? This is the question. And to conclude the comment, because we are going to lunch, I think that is okay. I lost my mind. We go to lunch, not a problem.
Very wonderful discussion. I will try to be as brief as possible. I want to go to lunch also. So you are pointing at a very right challenge. Right now, we are intellectual cyborgs already, right? We are emotional cyborgs. We are social cyborgs. Let's say I come here using Google Maps, right? I am a cyborg already. But these technologies are going to change the inner way we learn. And we need to thinking in what we need to learn, because we may be stopped to be cyborgs. That will be the machines. They will do better than us in most of the things pretty soon. I have a team of computational scientists, wonderful guys. One is a national prize on physics, and with ChatGPT plus APIs is 5 times faster, right? So it will be a couple of years that the machine will be even faster. So how we start to think what we need to learn, what we are not going to do, because the important thing is we don't want an idiocracy, right? We don't want to be stupid people that are managed by machines, and this is only a brain health issue. If you don't study, you have more risk for dementia. You have less volume in the brain. I will show you results. Less volume in the brain, less connectivity in your brain, you become less efficient and you become more prone to disease. So the hard question for you, maybe for all, is how we assure that the people will learn, and what is what we want the people learn.
No, because actually what I was going to close, that is related to that, is the fact that you risk, if you don't answer this question, you risk an effect of a substitution of artificial intelligence to human intelligence that is not enough developed. Because probably artificial intelligence is reproducing the capacity of our brain of connecting several things. And of course, because doesn't connect simply the things in your brain, but the things in the brain that have produced some knowledge all over the world over the past. So you cannot challenge that capacity. But at the end, my comment, my question is, if you lose the fatigue that you do for understanding something, you risk really not to embody in your mind, in your body, in your life experience, the real knowledge of something. And this is a risk that we are seeing already exploding in the world, because a lot of people is losing his or her mind simply because they have no roots of knowledge in his brain. Because simply take the knowledge, which is objective, okay, that's a, but what about the fatigue of understanding something? And how can be ensured in a course in which you use also artificial intelligence tools? So my final comment would be that the teacher is absolutely important that learn how to use at the best that knowledge and then transmit this capacity to the students, thanks to the tool, but not, but remain the key person, I think.
First of all, I believe, and I believe Agustin will confirm that as human mind, the brain is not yet explored or used in a sufficient way. But in order to use that, we need to start with a question. So every kid is learning by asking, what is this? Now, if we have any kind of system and the human does not ask why, then the specific human is doomed. Let's put it this way. It's a part of a system that is always going to have a specific opinion, directed, and not be free mind in order to create. I believe that by asking, and that's why we are bringing the elements of ask a question, so you will receive an answer, first of all. That this matters a lot with what Ri mentioned with the lifelong long learning, in the sense that there is no course that doesn't have a progression. You can master something, but then the enemy of the good is the better. So you can improve yourself and you can improve the impact that you are bringing with the knowledge that you are acquiring. And this is something that we have to focus a lot. In this industry, it's a huge industry. It's trillions of euros or dollars. But I believe that the change that everybody can bring is reaching one person that will make the right questions. This can have a huge chain reaction for everybody. Now, I really believe in I mentioned it earlier, and you also mentioned it now, that in the soul of the teacher, because the individuality can bring so much difference. Like, for example, MLK brought so much difference in an era that was so much important. The education that he provided about seeing and observing a situation was different than anything else that was before that. So he made an evolution through a revolution. So, but it was a knowledge revolution, and that's what we are trying to bring here.
We need to cut the conversation. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's a very, very interesting conversation. I'm sure it will continue during the lunch. We are limited in time, so we will have a short lunch. 1:30, we need to resume sharp. So let's continue the conversation over the food.
Sandra, Sandra. Do you want to take time? Yeah. Let's see. We need a bit of. There's no way to avoid showing that it is a working desk. Yeah. Okay. Can we a little bit? That's it. We love each other, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, and I take some poses. All right. Okay. And then you can just have a nap. Good. And we can't avoid everything. And something closer. Yeah. Yeah. We need photo evidence. Happy to provide a moment. Great. Okay. We could take the meal. We have time now if we want to. Have lunch. Okay.
Nous, on est les derniers. Oui. Les derniers, hein? Oui. Avec toi, non, oui, c'est confirmé. Ça y est là, tout à l'heure. Oui. C'est un peu avant, parce que apparemment, c'est 1 heure de transport de là où on est jusqu'à l'aéroport. Ah oui, donc on a demandé, est-ce qu'il y en a qui part aussi? Oui. Et du coup, au départ, on avait dit 4 heures, mais maintenant, on s'est posé. Oui. The online presenter is connected. I'm sorry, because I sent that information and the weeks ago, we have to send you the other email thing. No, no, I didn't. I don't think I did. I did. I sent you December. Yeah, I'm doing the same. Always I say I send many like this. So, I have some for each session, we try to add and then we have fun. Well, after the esta tarde que le vamos ahora va a hablar, ¿no? Sí, entonces ahora no, pero de pronto... Sí, yo creo que hay... Bueno, este autor estará online. Sí. Ah, no, sí, claro, es que está sharing la sesión. No, pues al final. I found that for Georgia. I thought we had. No, don't take it.
So good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming back to this academic session number 6 after lunch. The topic of this session is trade and global value chains, and we have 3 speakers and 3 discussants. We will start with the first paper that is called Environmental Stringency and First Participation in Global Value Chains, Evidence from MENA Countries. And Shahid Zaki, who is present here, will do the presentation. You have 20 minutes, and then we'll have the discussion and some minutes for questions and answers from the audience. Okay, so please, thank you.
Please, we can't hear.
Us?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm happy to present the paper, this paper co-authored with Nada Hazem on environmental stringency and participation of firms in global value chains with a special focus on MENA countries. So basically what we try to do in this paper is that to see to what extent more stringent environmental regulations can help or can deter the participation of firms into global value chains. Why specifically the MENA region? Because the MENA region so far its integration into global value chain is still low compared to other emerging economies on the one hand, and on the other, it's one of the regions that will be subject to severe climate change related problems. And that's why what we try to see, and we build also on some paper, on some work that we've done with Reem and Georgia, to see how at the firm level, firms, when they have to abide by more stringent environmental rules, will have to upgrade their production structure in order to comply with those environmental rules, and therefore they might be more attractive to be part of global value chains. Basically, the literature is divided into two large strands. The first strand called the pollution heaven hypothesis, according to which in developing countries where we have less stringent environmental rules in general, therefore most of the polluting industries, they will relocate from developed countries to developing countries that will become pollution heaven. And that's why the first strand of the literature that was initiated by Copland and Taylor is more related to this pollution heaven hypothesis. But for the Porter hypothesis, it refers to the fact that when we have more stringent environmental regulations, like for instance the carbon border adjustment mechanism that has been imposed by the EU, firms, they will have to abide by these rules, and that's why they will have to upgrade their production structure, and they will become cleaner, and therefore trade will be associated to less pollution, not to more pollution. We locate our paper more in the second strand of the literature under the Porter hypothesis, in the sense that when such stringent environmental regulations, either at the external or at the internal level, are imposed, firms will have to improve their production techniques. When we look in a more broader way at this literature, some studies started to examine more specifically not just the link between environmental regulations and trade, but more between environmental regulations and global value chains. So this has been done at the macro level using EORA and TIVA database, but I will not go through that because we don't have time. And we've done it also using firm level data with the World Bank Enterprise Survey, where we were trying to see to what extent firms that adopt environmental friendly measures like waste management, like energy management techniques, like energy efficiency techniques, and so on, they are more likely to be part of global value chains, either at the extensive or the intensive margin levels, and I will get back to this later. So we believe that the contribution of this paper is threefold. First, we try to examine the validity of the pollution heaven hypothesis for a global set of countries with a special focus on the MENA region. And second, we try to measure environmental stringency in a more comprehensive way, in the sense that we take into consideration, on the one hand, environmental treaties that are signed and ratified by the countries, and on the other, environmental laws at the domestic level. And third, we try also to better understand how global value chains can be affected at both the intensive and the extensive margin level a la Melitz, in the sense that for the extensive margin, we measure it by the probability of being part of a global value chain, but we can measure also the intensity of being part of this global value chain, and that's what we call the intensive margin of global value chains. To do so, we use mainly two sources of data. We use the World Bank Enterprise Survey, that it's a comprehensive database for almost 150 countries with more than 150,000 observations across different countries between 2006 and 2021. And for the environmental stringency variables, we use a very rich database called ECOLEX, that includes the different laws and regulations, including treaties that are related to the environment. And this includes all types of laws related to air pollution, water pollution, the protection of the environment, energy, etc. So we basically rely on these two sources in order to examine how more stringent environmental rules in general can affect the participation in global value chains. When we look at the evolution of the environmental regulation and environmental treaties, we can see that both have been increasing over time, especially for MENA countries. So this graph is just for MENA countries, and any type of laws or any type of treaties. And at the same time, there is the number of laws and treaties that have been signed by those countries is also very heterogeneous. So we can have some laws that are related more to mineral resources, forestry, to food and nutrition, livestock, and in the same line also environmental treaties that are related to energy. So it's very heterogeneous. We still do not explore this heterogeneity across different laws because we're just looking at the breadth of these laws and how they can affect global value chains. How we measure global value chain, so that's the part that is based on work that I've first done with my colleague Marion Dovis from the University Aix-Marseille and later with Riem and Georgia. We try to introduce global value chains through four measures. So first, we consider a firm that is part of a global value chain that is a two-way trader, in the sense that the firm exports and imports simultaneously. And then we add two intermediate measures to the fact of being a two-way trader by assuming that a firm will be part of a global value chain if it's a two-way trader firm and it has an international certification. An alternative definition adds also the foreign ownership, the share of foreign ownership in the capital of the firm. And finally, the most stringent definition, it combines the four criteria, where the firm is exporting, importing, has an international certification, and has part of its capital that is owned by foreigners. So all these measures, they are binary variables. They take the value 0 or 1, which means that here we're measuring more the extensive margin of global value chain. When it comes to the intensive margin, we rely on a definition that was developed by Orata and Beck, where we multiply the share of exports into total sales multiplied by the share of imported inputs into total inputs. And this measures to a certain extent the intensive margin of global value chain. So when we look at the distribution of global value firms that are part of global value chains in the MENA region, we can see two things quickly. First, there is a strong heterogeneity across countries. So we can have some countries like Morocco or Tunisia that are much more integrated than Egypt, for instance. And here I'm just looking at the diversified economies in the MENA region. And the more stringent the definition, the less the share of firms that are part of global value chains, which means that we can have two-way traders, and clearly this definition suffers from, a major drawback, because we cannot really identify through this database whether what we export is used in what we import is really used in what we export, because we just have whether the firm is exporting and importing at the same time. So that's the main drawback of this measure. Empirically speaking, so we use the pooled version of the World Bank Enterprise Survey, where the dependent variable is the global value chain of firm I operating in sector J in country C in year T. Our main variable of interest is this environment variable that is measured at the country and time level. We introduced a set of fixed effects at the year, country, sector levels, and a set of controls that control for some firm characteristics like the firm age, ownership, and so on. Okay? And two things, our dependent variable here, GVC, is measured, as I said, at the extensive margin by a binary variable with the 4 variables that I presented in the beginning, GVC 1, 2, 3, 4. And at the intensive margin level, by multiplying the share of exports in total sales by the share of intermediate inputs in total imports. And we add also the share of foreign ownership in order to have a more advanced or a more sophisticated definition. So clearly, in this empirical setup, econometrically speaking, we have 2 problems. The first problem is that environmental variables are observed at the macro level, while our firms are observed at the micro level. So there is a mismatch between the main variable of interest and the dependent variable. And on the other, we have clearly here a selection bias, because we cannot observe the intensive margin unless we observe the extensive margin. So that's why we resolve this problem in 2 ways. First, by adopting a Heckman selection model, where we first determine what is the probability of participating into global value chains, and based on this, we estimate the intensive margin. And here, the selection variable that we choose is productivity, as it was as it was proposed by Malitz, that in general, the extensive margin is explained by productivity differences between exporters and non-exporters, and the intensive margin is estimated based on the extensive margin. That's on the one hand. As per this mismatch or the multi-level analysis that we have, in the sense that our main variable of interest, which is environment, is observed at the country year level, and global value chains are observed at the firm level, we do 2 things. First, we cluster the error at the country time level in order to take into consideration this difference in granularity on the one hand. And on the other, we use also a multi-level, a mixed multi-level model that helps us gather these 2 levels of data in one estimation. So the environmental variable here is measured by the number of domestic environmental regulations, all environmental regulations, and the number also of environmental treaties that are signed by each country. Then, as I said, the X, which is the vector of controls, includes age, government ownership, and the size of the firm, which is a key variable in our analysis. To present the results, so as you can see, first, here I will focus just on the 2 extremes, the 2-way traders definition and the most advanced or the most stringent definition of global value chains. So we can see that the domestic regulations, they exert a positive and statistically significant effect on participating into global value chains, which validates the Porter hypothesis. However, when we look at the different estimations that we run, The variable of environmental treaties does not really come out of the empirical work, and in most of the cases, it's much more insignificant than significant, whether it's introduced on its own or combined with domestic environmental regulations. When we look at the intensive margin, most of the results are insignificant, which is also intuitive in the sense that the imposition of such stringent environmental regulations is perceived as a fixed cost to which countries have to apply. So once the country comply with such regulations, it will be able to export afterwards, and that's why such regulations, either at the external or the internal level, they are perceived more as a fixed cost rather than a variable cost, which means that they are going to affect more the extensive margin than the intensive margin. So far, we run the regression on the one hand for the extensive and on the other for the intensive. But as I said, we can see how the number of observations drops from almost 1,000 observations to around 3,000 observations. So we lose a lot. That's why we run a Heckman selection model with the productivity being the selection variable. And as you can see here in this table, once we run the Heckman selection model, for the simple definition of two-way traders, environmental regulation is significant for both the intensive and the extensive margin. But for the strict definition of GVCs, it's still perceived, as I said, as a fixed cost, not a variable cost, which affects only the extensive margin, not the intensive one. We try to run several extensions. I will go through them quickly because we don't have time. So we first try to interact those environmental regulations with the likelihood of spending on research and development, in the sense that this will be the main channel through which environmental regulations will affect global value chains, because the more they will face more stringent environmental regulations, they will have to spend on research and development to upgrade their production structure, and they are more likely to integrate into global value chains. So we do this, and we do find that this interaction is positive and statistically significant, which means that the channel of transmission is basically through research and development. Second, we try also to document this U-shaped relationship between global value chain and environment. So we compare the effect of environmental regulations on GVC and GVC1 and GVC4 compared to the two intermediate definitions, GVC2 and GVC3. And we can see that in general, environmental regulations have a higher effect on the extremes, so GVC1 and GVC4, more than GVC2 and GVC1 and GVC4, more than GVC2 and GVC3. And this has been also documented in the literature to the extent that environmental regulations, they matter for higher level of being part of global value chains. The third extension that we do is to focus on firms' heterogeneity, because it's clear that those who are able to comply with the regulations will be mainly either medium or mainly large firms compared to small firms. And we see that clearly those who are able to comply with the environmental regulations are much more larger firms than smaller firms, which is intuitive because they have the resources to abide by these resources. The last extension is to go to at the sectoral level, because in general, there are some sectors that are more polluting than others. So based on the carbon emission of the different sectors, we try to distinguish between polluting and non-polluting sectors. And we find that in general, environmental regulations, they do have an effect on polluting sectors, which means that, for instance, in this case, with the imposition of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, really firms like in Egypt, Morocco, or Tunisia that export mainly fertilizers, cement, and so on, will have to abide by these rules if they want to keep their competitiveness in the European market. And finally, as robustness check, we run the multi-level analysis, and again, the results do not change. So to conclude, we try to show through the paper how environmental regulations at the external and the internal level, they can affect the participation into global value chains. While treaties are not really significant, domestic regulations are much more, which means that at the end of the day, domestic reforms, they will matter more for participating into global value chains. This is perceived more as a fixed cost that the firm will have to comply with. And from a policy perspective, it's clear that more support will be needed for these countries in order to foster the green transition and to help firm abide by the different environmental barriers that will be imposed by different destinations, especially the EU, for instance, given that the climate change issue will become even more severe in the medium term. And clearly, the support will have really to be channeled to SMEs that do not have the resources to abide by these rules. So I will stop here, and thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for the presentation and for adjusting to the time. Unfortunately, we don't have the discussion connected, Giorgio Giovanetti. So before I give the possibility to the assistants to provide their feedback on your paper, let me just try to give you some comments. So I think that the paper deals with a very relevant topic. I mean, you have been able just to introduce the topic in a very nice way, and also trying to highlight what is the contribution. You have been very, or you have convinced us, or at least me, about that you have done your best to do a lot of robustness checks, extensions, and at the end the results hold. But I have just a couple of questions, so for your consideration. The first one is how you measure, or what is your treatment and your control, let's say that way. At the end, you compare MENA with all the countries in the world. Perhaps it would have been more interesting to see whether the effects are different compared to other countries which are in similar situation in terms of development. The second one is about enforcement of the regulations. At the end, I know that you have what you have in Collect's database, but it would be good at least to explain that there could be some variation in the level of enforcement at the different countries. At the end, this is something that is captured by the fixed effects, but it would be good to say that at the end, there is another element that should be dealt in the policy discussions about it. Also, the results related to some specific sectors could be somehow separated from the rest. I think that at first, as with the colleagues that said, you have additional information about what is the field that are being analyzed. Perhaps you can extract a subset of firms from the World Bank data set in order to make a specific analysis of those sectors where you know the regulations are more relevant in order to participate in trade, no, or in these global value chains. But I will stop here. I don't want to take all the time. So if you want to provide me some quick reaction, otherwise I open the floor and then you answer. Then I will prefer, just in sake of keeping the time, that we now collect questions and then you answer us. Oh, yes, sorry. So please, let's give the possibility to our colleague Isaac, who is online, to intervene. Isaac, please, open your mic.
Yes, thank you so much. Chake, thank you for the nice presentation, important paper. My first comment has to do with the variable environmental stringency. You know, this variable has been criticized in the literature concerning issues of underreporting. So I see that you try to capture environmental stringency by the number of environmental regulations. For example, for fisheries, land and soil, and also air quality. You know, once you do this, you have the issue of measurement error. And in the regression, you should really take into consideration this. By doing so, it brings into account the issue of endogeneity, which you really have to address by using some external instrument or any instrumentation procedure. The next issue has to do with the environmental stringency itself. You know, the political economy literature always tells us that in the developing countries, although bringing up these environmental measures are important, you know, foreign firms are also important in these developing countries. And sometimes what happens actually is that some of these firms behind the scenes, it's reported they do enjoy some preferential treatment because, you know, these countries want to grow their private sector and also enhance economic development, you know. So how you take this into account in the regression is really important. This leads me to the final question, which has to do with the potential implication of environmental stringency on GVC. You know, for a paper that seeks to inform policy in this regard in developing countries, you should really also tell policymakers what they stand to lose in terms of the private sector performance and also economic growth when they put together or they put forward environmental stringency. You know, those firms that are not able to conform to these sometimes do flounder or even collapse. And this can also have implications for firm performance, have implications for employment issues and economic growth in general. So I think these are some issues you can consider to improve the quality of the paper and its policy implications. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So let's keep some questions from the audience, if any. Yes, here we have one. The mic is coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shahir, for your presentation. Just to check, did you try also to split the group of MENA countries between oil producer and non-oil producer? Thank you.
Okay, so we will answer.
Thank you, Jahir, for this very interesting paper. Maybe to minor suggestion, you have another alternative for environmental strategy index that is provided, I think, by World Bank or by OECD. You can use maybe for environmental strategy index. You can use it for maybe for a business check, or also maybe another alternative. You have used the logit or probit model, I think, yeah, for your econometric model. And I think we have binary variable in the big. Okay. Maybe you can also use another alternative advanced methodology compared to logit or probit model, maybe. Thank you.
Sorry, Ivan, sorry. Let's give the chance to answer. Okay, then. So the last one there, please.
Thank you, Shahir, for your presentation. I found it very interesting. I was just wondering if you have considering accounting for the market concentration of firms. Is this something that you took into account, and maybe also the role of human capital?
So thank you very much for all your questions. So make what you can in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you all for these comments. I will try to respond to them. So, Raul, thank you so much for the comments. I agree with you that it's better to compare MENA to other emerging economies like Latin America or East Asia. For instance, this will be more relevant. So far, we just have MENA versus the global sample, but it will be more intuitive to have an emerging region. Enforcement of laws, I totally agree with you. And actually, that's the main drawback of Ecolex, because we just have whether the law exists or not and what is the number of laws, but we are not really sure whether it's enforced or not. And we have this information only for environmental provisions in trade agreements, whether they are legally enforceable or not. But given that we're focusing on domestic regulations, the only thing that we thought about and that didn't work empirically by any way was that we interact the environmental laws with the quality of institutions in the country, like the rule of law or regulatory quality, but nothing really worked. So it was, I mean, the results, they remained as they are, positive and significant for the regulations and insignificant for treaties, but the interaction with institutions didn't really add much to the analysis, so that's why I didn't present it. Some specific sectors, that's the comment that we always get, and we're currently working on how to make the laws variable sector specific. Because, for instance, I mean, fisheries will affect much more perhaps processed food, but it will not have an impact on cement, for instance. So that's what we're working on. Isaac, thank you for the comments on the environmental stringency. And this perhaps also will help me respond to the first comment by Sami. Yes, I think this is a very good suggestion. We haven't thought about it. So perhaps we can include it also as a robustness check. For the political economy of foreign firms, well, I mean, given that two things. First, given that we introduced the dummy, the size dummy in our analysis, we control for the role of large firms, but we cannot really distinguish between foreign and domestic firms because we are using the foreign ownership as a variable that explains GVCs themselves. So this will not be possible to do. In terms of policy implications, well, I mean, two things. First, how firms, especially SMEs, will be able to comply with that, given that they don't have neither the financial nor the technical resources to implement these rules. And second, what would be in this case the role of policies that have to be implemented by the government in order to make these, I mean, for instance, now the debate in Egypt and in Tunisia as well, how the firms will be able to comply with the CBAM that will be effective in the European Union. And several sectors where those countries they have a competitive advantage will be affected, especially cement, steel, fertilizers, and so on. So clearly, the policies that will foster green transition, especially for SMEs, will be a key policy implication of that. Najat, thank you so much. For most of the MENA countries that we have, they are not GCC countries because it's forbidden to do surveys in GCC countries. So we don't have any GCC country. They are mainly oil importing countries. Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, Jordan, Palestine, Yemen, Djibouti, and according to the MENA definition, we have also Israel. I think that's all. So we have all in all 9 countries without any GCC country. On the second comment by Sami, given that we have the selection bias, actually for the extensive, I have to stop? Okay. One last point. For the extensive margin, it was a linear probability model, very simple, very straightforward. But when we combined both, it was a Heckman selection model with a shift share instrument to control also for the endogeneity of the rules. Yegane, yes, we do this in the paper for the energy sectors, for some sectors. And final comment for Ivan, the two suggestions are really good. So we haven't thought about neither the market concentration nor the human capital, but we can consider this. Thank you all.
So thank you again to all participants in the fruitful discussion. So let's move to the next paper. We are just having the presentation already shared online. So thank you very much, Dina, for advancing on this task. So I give you the floor. As far as probably you cannot see me while presenting, when there will be 5 minutes to end, I will just open my mic and send you a sign up. Okay, so please feel free to start when you can.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dina Ragab Dardir, Assistant Professor at Faculty of Economics and Political Science, Cairo University. And today I will present our paper discussing the effect of informal history and starting up informal on the choice to adopt foreign technology in emerging economies. First of all, we are really interested in discussing the informal economy as a history of the formal firm in emerging economies, because we believe that originally informal economy is something very important in emerging countries because it's already highly prevalent and contribute to 1/3 of GDP and 2/3 of workforce and labor in both emerging and developing countries. Moreover, it's highly correlated with 2030 agenda. Many scholars and academic papers believe that informal economy is a big threat to the achievement of 2030 goals, big threat to the innovation.
Dina, excuse me. You have talking too fast. Thank you so much for helping us to catch up on time, but we cannot follow
okay, I'm
well.
sorry.
Please.
I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you.
will take. I will take with. I'm sorry. The informal economy is highly correlated with the 2030 agenda because we really need to understand how it affects economies of emerging countries, because it can be a big threat to the innovation. It can also contribute to increasing the income inequality and poverty. So understanding how it works in emerging countries can help us to achieve and become nearer or closer to achieve the goals of 2030 agenda for sustainable development. What we are really interested in our paper is to see how the informal economy as a history of the formal firm can affect its choice to adopt foreign technology. And we believe that studying the informal history can be interesting because it can have benefits and also cost. It can have positive or negative effect on the firm performance after formalization. From one hand, some scholars believe that informal history can be very beneficial and have positive effect because it helps the firm to avoid registration cost and also to help the firm to focus its scarce resources on overcoming internal and external inefficiencies. Becoming away from the government radar can really help the firm to focus its time and effort and money on avoid internal problems. So some scholars believe that informal history can be really very beneficial to the firm performance, and other people believe that having an informal history can be destroying firm performance after formalization, because it means that the firm already has a short credit history with the formal financial institution, which affect its financial capability to adopt technology. Moreover, firms that started up informal already we're less likely to do research and development, to be innovative, because to stay to hide or to stay away from government radar. So we expect that these type of firm compared to formal ones, these type of firms, the informal beginners or informal startups, are going to have weak absorptive capacity, are going to have poor technological investment, because they are already inherited poor technological investment from the past. And you also believe that they already adopted in the past outdated production method and obsolete marketing strategies, which can be institutionalized in the firm culture and mindset, and can be affected and can affect negatively its performance after formalization. So to be clear, we are really, our main research question is about the effect of informal history and foreign technology transfer, and the foreign technology transfer is already very important to be studied the effect on, because it's a way for technological convergence in emerging countries, which already can have a lot of problems to be innovative, because already innovation is risky and costly and path dependent. So adopting the foreign technology can be a very good way to converge technologically with advanced economies. Moreover, we are interested to know whether having an informal past or informal history can be can have only an effect in the short run only, or also the long run, because as we know, as time goes on, it might vanish, it might disappear, the effect of informal history. So we already in our paper are interested in evaluating whether the effect in the short run only or also long run. Moreover, we asking about whether the effect can be heterogeneous or different across a firm, whether a productive firm or exporter master firm or الفirm that hire skilled labor can have different effect of their informal history on their technological investment. So studying heterogeneity can also have many important policy implications, and that's what we are going to see also afterwards in results parts about very interesting results regarding heterogeneity. For a literature review, what motivates us to study informal history is that literature review is really scarce, it's really limited, and there are a lot of things academic researchers can do regarding studying informal history. We have two strands in previous studies. First strand already studied or found a negative effect of starting up informal on fair performance, and another strand found positive effect on productivity, on innovation. So regarding the negative effect, as I have said before, informal history can be damaging to the innovative capacities of the firm, can be damaging to its access to finance after formalization. So it can explain why starting up informal can have negative effect on innovation. For example, in the paper written by Pu and Corvo Casora 2020, they found that informal history make the firm more imitative, not innovative in emerging countries. However, Mandy and Mudida used data in Kenya and found that informal history or starting up informal already can be damaging to some types of innovation, not other types. It can be damaging to process, not product innovation, to marketing, not organizational innovation in Kenya. On the other side, William and others in their paper, they found positive effect of informal history on the sales, employment, and the productivity growth rate. And this is the second strand of literature. Before I forget, also there only one paper that linked informal history with trade. They studied the effect of informal history on participation global value chain, Kolovic and others, 2022, and they found negative effect on global value chain, and they believe that staying away from the government or staying informal in some time in the past can be destroying to the knowledge of the firm, can lead the firm to have a knowledge gap compared to a formal firm, and can have lead to worse or worse performance of the firm.
Sorry, just to inform you that you have spent half of the time available, so perhaps it's good that you try to move to methodology. Thank you.
Yeah. Because it's a very big paper, more than 100 pages, so I will try to focus more on most important parts. Regarding the methodology, we have used too many methodologies. First of all, we have used a probit model to account for the binary nature of dependent variable. Our dependent variable is already, first of all, dummy variable, taking the value of 1 if the firm use foreign technology license, and the second one, dummy variable for foreign intermediate input. However, it is not enough. We are using also a fractional response model to account for the intensity of a foreign intermediate input, and such intensity is guiding us to use a fractional response model. And also we have to take into consideration that the main independent variable in formal history is a binary variable, capturing whether the firm started its operation without formal registration or not. Therefore, to account for the ingenuity problem, we are making a lot of strategies. First of all, we are using an instrumental variable approach, recursive by variprobit, and to account for the binary nature of foreign technology license and foreign intermediate input. And regarding the intensity, we are using IV fractional response model using a CMP, code to account for ingenuity while we have a fractional dependent variable. Moreover, to account for selection bias, because we have a propensity for intermediate input and intensity at the same time. To model this jointly, we are using the Hackman two-step procedures. At the first stage, the foreign input propensity, and second stage, the foreign input intensity, to account for selection bias. The main results show that the starting up a formal has a negative and significant effect on the foreign technology license and foreign intermediate input propensity and also intensity using a probit model, and the instrumental variable already confirm the existence of such negative effect while accounting for an ingenuity problem. The first stage, or the instrumental variables that we are using to account for an ingenuity, is the industrial share of the firms that started up informal, and we believe that there is no any violation of exclusion restriction, because we believe that in the industrial share of a formal startup has no direct effect on the dependent variable foreign technology adoption. Moreover, the informal startup itself already something that related to history, so problems regarding reverse causality are really limited. Hackman two-step model confirm the benchmark results that we have found in a probit and an instrumental variable approach, and the starting up formal already still has negative effect on propensity and intensity, and we have significant inverse Mills ratio confirming that using Hackman is really fitting here, because we might have significant selection bias. Therefore, we are using Hackman in all robustness checks in instrumental variable, also not only focusing on the probit model. What is really interesting also in our paper is regarding the heterogeneous effect. When we take an interaction between informal startups with exporting activities and the skill, the share of skilled labor, we found out that in the negative effect is reversed to be positive regarding foreign intermediate input intensity and propensity, while it becomes insignificant, the negative effect become insignificant for foreign technology license. And it's important to understand that in the activities like exporting and hiring skilled labor after formalization can offset or cancel a negative effect of informal history. And it makes sense because already exporting enable the firm to have access to advanced managerial and technological strategies in foreign market, and also hiring skilled labor can be competent and innovative that can delete informal negative strategies that is already inherited from the past. Starting up informal is already interacted with the productivity, labor productivity, total factor productivity, and found out that and the negative effect is reversed to be positive. It means that in the firm that is productive after formalization can easily eradicate the negative effect of informal startup. Foreign ownership also is interacted with an informal starting up, and the foreign ownership already can give a firm a lot of benefits and advantage regarding access to finance, access to foreign technology. So it can offset easily a negative effect of informal history. As we remember from the beginning of presentation, we already were interested to know whether the effect persists in the long run or not. So we split the sample into young firm and old firm. Young firm are the firms that are 10 years and less, and the old firm more than 10. And we found out that for a young firm, we still have negative and significant effect, and also for an old firm. And this confirmed that in the effect is already persistent and is not limited only to new ventures. For more robustness checks, we already make a big list of robustness checks. We used propensity score matching to avoid the systematic difference between formal and informal startups, and we still found negative effect of starting up informal on our main technology measures. We already used different control variable regarding business obstacles, economic freedom, and protecting property rights, governance indicators, to ensure that our main relationship is not driven by other control variable, and we still already have a significant and negative effect of starting up informal. Around 3%. I mean that in the firms that start up informal, in all tables are found to be 3% less likely to adopt foreign technology. And to conclude what I have said, in our paper, we believe that an informal history is damaging to the fair performance after formalization. However, there are a lot of strategies that can a firm adopt to eradicate such negative history. And we also believe that in the effect is not limited to the age of the firm. I mean, the old and young firm can equally be affected. And there are a lot of policy implications we can really build to help a firm to eradicate the negative effect. First of all, we believe that providing financial support or financial subsidies or low interest loan or credit facilities to post informal firm, enhancing research and development collaboration between formal and informal firm can really help these firms to overcome their bad negative history. And also we believe that making the government really strategies to attract a firm to be formal and to correct their position and to be more formalized, it can be part of the issue, because as we know, excessive taxes, especially in emerging countries, excessive taxes and bureaucracy and formal and institutional voids discourage a firm from being formal. And to be honest with ourselves, our paper for sure have limitations relevant to that we did not show any results regarding the effect of the length of staying informal on the firm performance, because the length of being informal for sure might make a difference. However, because we have a lot of missing values in this variable using World Bank Enterprise Survey, so we couldn't use it in our results, but it's still a limitation of our paper. Moreover, we don't have the intensive margin of foreign technology licensing. We only use an extensive margin, so it's a big limit. And we are using cross-sectional, not panel data, so we could not easily overcome or control for unobserved heterogeneity. I have finalized my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Dina, for your presentation. Sorry that I just interrupt you a couple of times, but at the end, I think that we got most of the main ideas of your 109 pages paper. Thank you very much. So now we have the discussion. Who is Philippe Ader? Is here. So let's pass the mic to him. But before, let me say hello to Georgia. I don't know if she's still connected. Georgia, sorry for the confusion regarding the time. Now, unfortunately, we don't have time to give you some minutes to share with Chair and with us your discussion. Has disconnected? Okay, sorry then. Okay, then we will send her an email and we hope that she will send you her discussions. So please, Philippe, when you want.
Thank you very much. Okay, next slide, please. It's okay. That's only the title. Okay, shall I say without seeing the screen? Which would be very frustrating. Just joking. Okay, that's fine. So I start first with the general comment. Dina, this is an exciting paper, including an in-depth and systematic investigation that is built upon several econometric techniques and many robustness checks. The paper is relevant in as much as the research issue is to explore the effect of having a previous informal status on the adoption of foreign technology in 46 emerging economies over 15 years in the recent period. So the key hypothesis is that the effect is persistent over time and that informal businesses remain trapped in informality, experiencing weak performance. This key hypothesis is developed into 5 hypotheses. I won't detail that much. It is sufficient to mention that hypothesis 2 is related to skill intensity, hypothesis 3 to exporting intensity, 4 is related to foreign ownership, and 5 is related to firm productivity. Next, please. So jumping to the conclusion, fortunately, the main results do confirm the key hypothesis. The paper takes care of endogeneity issues using an instrumental variable to test the key hypothesis. It uses also moderating factors, exporting activities, firm productivity, skill intensity, etc., which obviously overlap with control variables, firm size, firm age, exporting status again, labor productivity, which might be very close to firm productivity, skill intensity, and so on. It does control for country, industry, and year dummy variables. It uses a probit model that is extended to the 2-stage Heckman procedure, accounting for selection bias, which is definitely accurate. The rationale of the paper is supported by many, let's say, numerous robustness checks, including several controls for business obstacles, for institutional quality measures, for population GDP, the degree of democracy, and it also uses alternative econometric techniques, for instance, propensity score matching, Tobit model, etc. It does also run the subsample analysis for young and old firms, and so forth. Next slide, please. So I have a few questions and comments, and I will end up with recommendation. The paper refers to unregistered sector, a label that is rather unusual. I was just wondering, do you include all the businesses belonging to the informal sector? That is to say, according to the definition that was coined 30 years ago by the ILO? Or do you only address those startup businesses that are not yet registered with any authorities, including Social Security Administration or fiscal authorities, and so on? Question 2, which is divided in question 2A and question 2B, but they are closely related. You mentioned that the World Bank enterprise surveys are standardized surveys, which indeed they are, and provide representative coverage for developing and emerging economies. In the light of the share of the manufacturing industry, which is over 85% within the overall sample, and you mentioned this, how do you confirm representativeness? And Q2B, how did you control for the industry variable in as much as there is a severe sample selection bias towards over-representative manufacturing industries and and I believe that this is not what the Ekman 2-stage procedure can come up with. I guess, as you mentioned, that your sample gathers a set of cross-section surveys rather than an unbalanced panel. However, did you have a look to subsets of the same enterprises, which you may find quite fruitful, and you could then try to test some kind of longitudinal approach? Have you checked for the share of enterprises that are remaining over time? This will not be a duration model, of course, but at least how much do you keep from one survey to the next one? And finally, my recommendation, this is a promising paper to be published, provided that you cut a long story short. And when you are submitting, of course, no one will hear you presenting. So it's not a matter of acceleration, it's a matter of length. In this respect, I suggest that you remove most robustness checks. You may refer to in a footnote, the usual sentence is those are available upon request. And of course, these checks may be sent to the editor. So this is my final word, and once again, congratulations.
So if anybody in the room would like, or online would like just to have 1-2 questions maximum for Dina? No? So please, Dina, feel free to answer the points raised by the reviewer.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for your comments. For sure, I will take we will take all of them into consideration while submitting our manuscript. Regarding, I will try to reply to or to pick some comments to reply to. Regarding the definition that we are defining the firm regarding to, it's already the startup informal are the firm that in the past they were not registered with tax authorities or formal authorities in different in their countries. However, they changed their situation and become formal ones. So our results are already regarding to formal firm that were not registered with the tax authorities or formal authorities in their countries. This is the definition, the exact definition of informal in the history. Also, regarding the manufacturing or taking into account the industry in our results, away from results that we are showing, already we try to split our results to manufacturing sector and service sector, and we found out that our results are more strong in manufacturing than the service sector. For service sector, not all results were significant, and away from splitting the sample, already in all robustness checks and in all benchmark results, we are controlling for industry dummy variables that already accounting for the industrial classification, ISIC revision 3, based on 2-digit, to control for any industry specific factors that might drive results. And regarding the World Bank Enterprise Survey, its coverage is already representative. There is no doubt about it regarding the startups, because already it's used in all literature. Already they, for us, we consider it only source for tracking the informal history. And also it takes into account so many emerging countries. So for us, it's satisfying to be used. And these are my answers for that are ready for you now.
So thank you, Aen. I hope that you will find a nice place for this paper. Congratulations. And now we move to the third presentation of this session. So I just give the floor to Jasmine. So please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I have to start by thanking the EMANES team for having me this year. Very nice network and very friendly people. I'm going to present the joint work with Shahir, my co-author. And in this paper, we are studying the effect of provisions in trade agreements on the participation of GVCs of firms. So in this paper, we are analyzing the benefits of having deep provisions for small and medium enterprises on the probability of GVC participation, generally on the firms overall, and then particularly for small and medium enterprises. So we are highlighting the gains of trade agreements on GVC participation, and the motivation for this topic is coming from the fact that small and medium enterprises are already very vulnerable in the global economy. And the GVC participation is, of course, dominated by the larger firms. And this is because of the structural disadvantage of the small size of firms, that they cannot make use of the economies of scale and grow, unlike the larger counterparts. And of course, the small and medium enterprises are very important in the global economy because they constitute more than 50% of the employment. And in parallel to that, we have an increase in the trade agreements, especially since the 90s, on both the depth and the breadth of trade agreements. And in particular, we have provisions that have to do with small and medium enterprises. And in this respect, we want to see whether these provisions are really effective in helping these small and medium enterprises that are disadvantaged to participate in GVCs, or they are not really effective. So the theoretical perspective is divided into two tracks. The first one is that probably we can see a positive effect of these provisions on the participation of firms in global value chains. And this is because these provisions have to do with the capacity building of these firms. They are simplifying and decreasing the trade costs. And therefore, we do expect that if the firm is really making use of these provisions, then it will be easier for the firm to participate in GVCs. The potential negative effect is that, first of all, these provisions come with a compliance cost. So there's a fixed cost to abide to these provisions. And for the small and medium enterprises, they are already disadvantaged with high marginal cost, and maybe this compliance cost will be over the benefit of the global value chain, or might make the firm even exit the global market. And also that we have a challenge to know whether the firm is really making use and utilizing the provision or not. Why? Because for the large enterprises, they are dominating the global market and GVCs, and they are also having the lobbying of trade agreements. And we have a lot of examples in which the larger enterprises adjust the trade policy for their own benefit, which makes it even harder for the small and medium enterprises to enter the global market. We contribute in three ways. First, we are differentiating between two measures of the provisions, namely the extensive margin of the provisions of small and medium enterprises, in which we know whether the firm or the country is signing an agreement that has small and medium enterprise provision. And if yes, then what is the depth of this provision? So another measure is the intensive measure of provisions, in which we see the number of the provisions across all the trade agreements signed by the country that have to do with small and medium enterprises. And we are also seeing the moderating effect of the provisions. So we are not only seeing the direct effect of provisions on GVC participation, but also to what extent are these provisions strengthening the participation of small and medium enterprises in GVCs. Third, we are trying to see if the sectors play a role, if there are certain sectors that are more advantaged than other sectors, and whether they are also moderating the relationship between the provisions and GVC participation. So for the data sources, again, we are using the World Bank enterprise surveys at the firm level in order to measure the probability of global value chains participation. We are merging that with the World Trade Organization data set on the provisions. And when we started this project, this data was pretty recent. We have over 190 observations at the firm level for 136 countries spanning the years 2006 until 2023. And we have 4 measures of GVC participation. I will not repeat them again because they are the same measures that were presented by Shahir in the first paper. And again, for the provisions, we have the extensive measure, which is a binary variable taking the value of 0 if there is no provision that have to do with small and medium enterprises, and taking a value of 1 otherwise, plus the intensive measure, or the depth of this provision, which is the number of the provisions that have to do with small and medium enterprises across all the chapters of the regional trade agreements signed by the country. So for the regional trade agreements, we can see that they are increasing over time with a special hike starting 1990, which is also the same period in which the GVC participation was having an upward trend, and the slope here is steep. And from these regional trade agreements, which are now reaching 380, almost 400, the small and medium enterprises provisions have to do with many chapters across that, mainly the cooperation, which is the orange sub-bar here, the government procurement, the customs and trade facilitation, and lately we have a special chapter on small and medium enterprises, and this is in the WTO extra provisions, and we can see that this red sub-bar here is also increasing. For the GVC participation, according to the data set, here we are differentiating between the large enterprises versus the small and medium enterprises in order to see if there is a correlation between the provisions and GVC participation across different scales of the firm. So as you can see here, that on average, the GVC participation, and here we are using the shallow measure, which is the first measure, which is GVC1, if the firm is simultaneously importing and exporting. And we can see that for the large enterprises, we don't really see any difference between the countries that are using the provisions and the countries that are not using provisions. Unlike for the small and medium enterprises, where we can see that the provisions are really correlated with the GVC participation on average. And of course, as we expect, the gap between the GVC participation between the two scales of firm is huge. Here we are differentiating between the provisions across different sectors and whether they are correlated with GVC participation or not. And for this, we have divided the sectors to 4 main sectors: the commodities or the primary sector, the unskilled labor manufacturing activities, the skilled labor intensive manufacturing, and the services. And we can see that across the 4 sectors, having the provisions is positively correlated with GVC participation, especially for the skilled labor intensive sectors, where we can see that 50% increase between using the provisions and not having the provisions for GVC participation. So in the model, we are having the dependent variable are the 4 measures of GVC participation, again, ranging from the shallowest to the most comprehensive definition. The main independent variable are the 2 measures of the provisions, the intensive and the extensive measure. And we are controlling for the firm size, the firm age, and the government ownership. We are using a probit model. And we are controlling for the country and year by the fixed effects. And for the extensions, we are studying the moderating effect of these provisions on the participation of small and medium enterprises, in particular in GVCs. And for the second extension, we are doing the sectoral analysis, in which we are interacting the 4 sectors that we have just seen with the provisions in order to see whether there is a strengthening or a moderating role or not. This is here the model, again, that I have just explained the variables. For the key findings, we can see that there is a positive effect of the extensive measure across all the GVC participation, from the shallowest to the most comprehensive definition. But for the intensive measure, we can see that this positive effect is happening for GVC1 and GVC3. And for GVC2, let me again remind you that this is the measure that is including foreign ownership. So it has to do with the foreign direct investment. And for the negative result that we are getting here for both GVC2 and for the comprehensive measure, including all the four categories of GVC participation, we need to do further analysis before jumping to a conclusion that the provisions have a negative effect on foreign direct investment. For the moderating effect here, we are interacting a binary variable of the small and medium enterprise with the provisions. And we can see that the provisions also have a moderating role, and they strengthen the position of the small and medium enterprises in the global value chains. Again, the effect is also clear in the intensive measure, but the magnitude is much less. For the sectoral analysis, what we can see till now is that, as expected, the skilled labor intensive manufacturing that have to do with electronics, chemicals are more integrated into global value chains. However, the strengthening role is not clear from the model so far. And we can see also that the services and the unskilled labor intensive manufacturing is not having the moderating effect, neither in a positive nor in a negative way. So here we can see from the results that the extensive measure is having the consistent effect for both the GVC1 and the GVC3. Again, the negative effect is happening for the foreign investment. The skilled labor intensive manufacturing is positively related, but however, the significance is not really high. We repeated this again for the intensive measure of the small and medium enterprises, and we can see that there is a strengthening role of the skilled labor intensive manufacturing. However, we need to do further work in order first to control for the multi-level dimension. So we need to have a parameter that controls for both the country level and the firm level determinants. So this is one thing that we will be doing in the next step. And then we have to control again for the indigeneity of the provisions, because as I mentioned in the beginning, maybe the large and the superstar firms are both participating in GVCs and they are also lobbying the trade agreements, and therefore we cannot really infer that this effect is direct and clear. So we need to control for this. And we also want to study the channels through which these provisions strengthen the position of small and medium enterprises in the global value chains. So maybe the spending on research and development have a spillover effect, and we still did not study this. However, what we have as a conclusion is that the provisions are having a positive and strengthening role for the small and medium enterprises and GVCs. But it's not sufficient because, again, the net effect of the small and medium enterprises is consistently negative. So the provisions will not be the magic that will make the small and medium enterprise involved in GVCs and get over the structural disadvantages. And yes, the provisions are important. However, they have to be accompanied by other policies like investing in skilled labor in order to for the firms to get over the structural disadvantage, as I mentioned. For the policy recommendations so far, again, we are still working on this paper, but yes, we are calling for the including of the provisions in the trade agreements, and this would be important. However, again, it has to be accompanied with policies that have to do with the human capital and investing in skilled labor, the fiscal measures, and the financial support from the government is also important. Again, because we can see that it's not the sufficient measure to help the small and medium enterprises, although it is important. Thank you. I'm looking forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we give the floor to the discussant, Najat.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasmin, and thank you, Shahir, for this very nice paper. And okay, so it's a very nice paper and a relevant topic. So let me very quickly resume a few results. And also the kind of methodology that you have used. So you have an analysis about the impact of SMEs related provision in regional trade agreement and on global value chain. So you estimate the impact of both extensive and intensive measure on different GVC participation metric. And you have also quite nice sectoral analysis. So this, the inclusion of sectoral analysis add valuable insight into the heterogeneity of the effect of SMEs related provision. So you are using a probit model by considering a large set of data, the World Bank Enterprise Survey and the WTO dataset, and for the period 2006 to 2023 countries. So it's some also very quick result. So what you find in your paper is both extensive and intensive MSC related provision positively influence GVC, and specifically for shallow integration. And you also highlight this result about the direct effect of extensive provision, which is unclear. And you find also that skilled labor-intensive manufacturing sector benefit more from provision, and also provision have a negative impact on GVC in some definition, mainly when you consider unskilled labor-intensive manufacturing or foreign ownership. So a few comments and few questions and maybe a few suggestions. So what we can observe in your result, firm size and age matters a lot. So you found we can observe that there is all the coefficient for medium and large enterprises are statistically significant and positive, and this is a result that you find for all the GVC metrics that you take into account. So it's a very big correlation, and so I think it would be good to add also in your paper correlation covariate table, and so we can discuss the link between medium and large enterprise. We can discuss also the link between large and government ownership. This is all the kind of data that you are analyzing in your paper. So what we know, and it's also something that you take into account in your paper, and we have different paper in the literature indicating that larger enterprise is more likely to participate in GVC compared to the small enterprise. So my first question, so it could seems an easy question, so but I think it's not so easy question. It's how do you or how do we define a large enterprise? And we can, I ask also the same question for a small enterprise. What's large enterprise and what's small enterprise? So it's very difficult to implement any kind of analysis using with no change or no. Okay, just to I will try to explain a little bit better. So we do not have a standardized globally definition about what's large enterprise, what's small enterprise, and the sizing or categorization of company as large or SME is based on different characteristics and not always linked to the economy, to the country development. So maybe one idea, you could maybe have a separate analysis. You can conduct, if you want to, not to take into account regional analysis. Okay, so you can maybe have, you can maybe recompute separately micro and small enterprise and then medium and then large enterprise. And for the large enterprise, I think it could be also very important to consider separately private large enterprise supported by government. So we have in your sample, you have different countries, emerging countries, where we have this information about how government subsidize this private company. So to be more clear, let's see Union European classification only about medium, small, and micro. So if you work on European classification about large and small and medium enterprise, so small is less than 50 employees and medium is less than 250 employees. Now, let's say I'm going to consider IFC or World Bank classification. So with the World Bank or IFC classification, medium enterprise, now it changed, is enterprise with less than 300 employees and started at 50. And another example, this is about Morocco. It's the last evaluation about Moroccan firms. And this is a survey made by the World Bank. And so just you can see that small enterprise is company with less than 20 employees, medium with less than 100 employees, and large is with 100 and plus. So I think in your paper you have considered its employees, the firm with more than 100. This is large enterprise. But you have other countries that do not, I guess there are quite difference between countries. So I finish with this. So the impact of provision might differ also for enterprises operating in more technology intensive sectors. So yeah, let's maybe I know that you are going to add also this kind of variable. So I guess to have a matrix about technological advancement or matrix about technological intensity, it will also add a good asset in your paper. But having this kind of matrix means that also you have also to control about public subsidies. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the discussion. For sure, they will find your comments and suggestions very useful. Any quick reaction from the audience? Okay, so then, Jasmine Chai, if you want just to answer these questions.
Thank you, Naget. Regarding the size of the firm, we use the World Bank definition. So yes, large enterprise across all the countries is more than 100 employees. And we did not differentiate between the countries regarding this measure. It's consistently the same. And this is the definition by the World Bank without differentiating between the countries. Regarding the correlation between the size and the government ownership and the age, we did not do yet we did not do the correlation matrix, but we have until now the model is on the firm level, and therefore these are the variables that would affect the GBC participation, and each of the variables affected differently. So, but maybe in the second part, when we do the multi-level analysis, we would have more variables also on the country level, and we'll check the correlation. And regarding the technology, yes, we will include the R&D spending as one of the technology measures. Shahir, do you have anything to say?
Perhaps that we might want to run the regressions for private large to see whether public ownership affects the significance of the large firm. But thank you so much for all the constructive comments, as usual.
So thank you very much. Speakers and discussions for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you all. Now I would like to give the floor to our guest, Agustin EMANES. Agustin, he is a neuroscientist, and he has been working on very much the global approaches to address diversity and disparity in brain health. He is a full professor and director of the Latin American Brain Health Institute. And he has been very prolific researcher on those topics. So I met Agustin some time ago, and I was really impressed by the great work he has been doing. And I think there is a lot of cross-fertilization that we can do between the two disciplines, neuroscience and economics. And this is why I am really extremely pleased, also as the president of the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, to welcome Agustin. Also, he accepted to be member of the advisory board of EMEA. So I'm very happy for this news. And then we will work together on this cross-fertilization between both disciplines. So, Agustin, to you. And I know, sorry, I had to rush a bit because he has a flight to take at 6 o'clock and he needs to leave at maximum 3:40.
I would say 3:30.
Yes, 3:30. It doesn't matter.
I'm really excited to be here, but I don't want to lose my plane at the same time. So thank you so much. Thank you, Rin, for the invitation. For me, it's a great opportunity from learn from you. I'm not an economist, so I am learning a lot, and I really enjoyed a lot of the discussion. For the sake of the time, I will skip many aspects of this presentation. I apologize for that, but I will try to focus on some interesting things. So I just want to disclose on my findings. And so what I want trying to do is to try to show first, how is important brain health for economy and vice versa. I think that is very easy. We all should agree on that. But then I will try to integrate, the advances of artificial intelligence, what we can profit from that, what we can do to connect better brain health with brain economy. And then I will also discuss some challenges for AI in the forthcoming years. So the first thing that I want to say is in neuroscience, we have a kind of explosion about the data that never before we have in the life. We have multiple online data sets. We start to do geolocalization so we can combine fancy economic metrics with brain health, right? But at the same time, we have very poor ideas of how the brain works. Believe me, we are not coming close to understand the brain. So almost 100 years ago, a little bit more, in fact, the people still believed that the sun was made of burning coal. So the theory was totally wrong. The brain was not made by coal, right? But the people created theories, and they were able to make some good predictions, more or less, about the shining, about many aspects of thermic components, etc. But we really needed a kind of transdisciplinary approach to discover, fusion, nuclear fusion, and transdisciplinary insight to understand the phenomena. I would say that our brain is made of burning coal in the sense that our theories are very, very poor. And there are many things, many fields that we have challenges, but I will try to show how we need to move forward in some aspects. So the first of all is, brain health is not neuroscience in the sense that we need to understand how environments, how the exposome, the cumulative burden of from climate change to sociopolitical stress, to socioeconomic inequalities, through the lifespan, through the whole body health impacting the brain, right? So it's a very ecological embedded framework, and it's critical to understand how the future of the added value is our brain skills, right? But at the same time, how the environment or how economy not only impacts economy, impacts health and brain, right? So this is wonderful, right? But the problem is where our data come from, first problem. So first problem is coming, 90% of what we know come from 10% of the population. That means a extremely biased kind of information. So from genetics, we know nothing about genetics. So you can start to identify your risk, your genetic risk for whatever you want to know based in a population sample. But if you have a population, 90% from Europe and US, and then you have Asian ancestries, this is not going to work, right? So this is the problem that we have. And what I am trying to bring is creating multimodal science to integrate genetics, whole body health, and exposomic metrics like social and physical exposomic metrics. So it's very challenging, but we are starting to create new computational models like, biophysical modeling, deep learning, many approaches to tackling probabilistic individual trajectories that I think that you will be interested in some of these methods also. So this is Johnny Miller, a friend of mine from South Africa. He became famous because this picture. So if you born from right or left of the side, your economic life will be completely different, right? So the same happened with the brain. So the same person with the same genetics, the same biological background should develop, more stress, more vulnerability, more cardiovascular risk, more metabolic risk, more risk, for psychiatric and dementia. And this is very important because this is why economy, and macro factors are important to understand brain health and vice versa. So I have been studying, I will skip this because I want to focus on other things. I have been studied underrepresented populations. Why? Because they bring a unique opportunity to understand a specific context. So I was really enjoying the presentation this morning about Andrea, and he was looking at the tailored approach, how we bring, general models into a specific condition. So it's exactly the same in brain health. I created the Latin American Brain Institute that coordinates 13 centers with $28 million for developing research in the field. We do a lot of machine learning, natural speech analysis. So 4 minutes of speech recordings, we can identify multiple things, thousands of variables that then will link to genetics, to plasma, to brain metrics, to cognition, to clinical assessment. Very affordable. You can get it very easy in any part of the world. We also use wearables in which you can measure, how do you sleep, how do you move, but also you can measure, the air quality that you breathe. That is really, really important, right? Or the amount of sun that you receive. We use social epigenomics. That is something that the economists should be interested, right? So imagine, poverty or exposure to chemicals or agrochemicals or different factors from the environment. These have a hallmark in the biology. They are biological embedded. And a simple way to measure that is one thing that is called epigenetics. Right? That is like, the different biological process that increase the genetic risk, but are triggered by environmental factors. So we have shown that multiple environmental factors shape the biological embedding of your overall health. I will skip a little bit. Yeah. So the overall idea that I am proposing is that if we want to understand, the brain, we need to understand the body, we need to understand the context, we need to understand the social exposome, the physical exposome, because it's the way that your organism evolves and reacts towards that. So it's much to say, but I will skip. In the Global South, if we will bring diversity, it's a huge opportunity. So we have shown that most of the exciting discoveries in genetics, in many factors associated to brain health come from the Global South. Why? Because we bring diversity into the models. It's just that. So one example how to measure social exposome. So you know the Gini index, right? It's a very poor index. Am I right? It's not good. Okay, so, but the Gini index predicts the quality of your brain better than education, better than age, better than sex. So this is a simple way to show how important is where do you live, how do you live for your brain. We also shown, these are big difference in the brain of people from United States and Latin America. So most of the difference are explained by education. The same here in a global study and across multiple European, Asian, and Latin American countries, we've shown a huge impact of the quality of education in the brain. So then the social exposome. How is your income? How is the income of your parents? How was your education? How was the education of your parents? Where do you live? How is your neighbor? Those are called social determinants of health. Social determinants of health have a huge impact in the brain, in the cognition, in your neuropsychiatric symptoms. And in this paper is coming hopefully next week. Again, we've shown this linear association with the Gini, with other metrics, with other data. So the larger the inequality in the society do you live, the less volume of your brain, the less connectivity of your brain. It's just that. It's really, really, for us, it was very shocking result. Then we start to use more fancy methods like, deep learning, convergent neural networks, and then also high order interaction. That is a very complex way to measure the brain to understand how your brain become older or younger than your chronological age. And this happen across all your body organs. So your lungs can be older than your chronological age or younger, depending on many conditions. So we've shown, for instance, people in the South have older brains than people in the North, right? In their biological age. Females have older brains than males in general. And of course, patients with, dementia have older brains. But if you are female, you have dementia, and you come from the South, you have the oldest possible brain, right? So this provides a kind of embedded framework of how structural inequalities shape your brain reserve. We also shown, that air pollution or structural inequality also modulate the accelerated aging of the brain. So now we are, the tricky thing is not that you have bad air quality or low socioeconomic context, right? So all comes together. We are developing new models, combining deep learning with, generalized additive models to combine multiple sources of exposomic. And now this is a new study. It's very, preliminary in preparation. So the combined effect of social like air quality, physical air quality, social like socioeconomic inequality, or even, sociopolitical, the threats to democracy, the degree of freedom to choose different parties, this really impacts your brain. So this is very important, and we tested in this data set that I hope, Rin, that we can explore your fancy metrics here. And all of you, if you have country level metrics that you want to explore. So we collected, curated, harmonized 160,000 participants with biological and behavioral data across all these countries to create this biobehavioral age. So you have 40 years old, but you can be 35 or you can be 55 regarding some behavior and biological properties of your body, right? So it's very simple. It's the same idea, but more ecological, because we cannot measure the brain of all the people. But this information is available in almost every data set about national surveys of health. That means that we can amplify these results in a very, very large way. So just to summarize very quick, so risk factors like, if you don't control your hypertension or your body mass index, increase your biobehavioral age. Your level of education, or if you do exercise, protective factors reduce your accelerated aging or delay your accelerated aging. And the most interesting thing for me, probably obvious for you, is that the people from Africa have the oldest biobehavioral ages, followed by Latin America, followed by Asia, followed by Mediterranean Europe, and then, North Europe have the best biobehavioral age. You know what that means, right? So, but this is the most interesting thing. So people that come from lower income or countries that have less GDP have more accelerated aging. People that is exposed to different exposomes have more accelerated aging. So for people that come from countries with larger gender inequality have more gaps, or people that is exposed to more migration or structural inequality or air quality, and then sociopolitical aspects like representation, free political parties, credible elections, local democracy. So this is the interesting part. We use it also, because this is some atypical methods. We also just replicated that with, standard epidemiological tools like all radio attributable risk factor, meta-analysis, and we confirm the effects even at country level. So it's a very robust study. So the overall idea is we need to understand not from brain to economy or from economy to brain. We need to understand the blending, the ecology, something that I hear from another word from Green, about nature resources and brain resources. So we need to really understand more holistic approaches, more situated approaches. AI have a unique role on that. So I have been writing about this because, as I mentioned, I have a huge team of people doing computational science, top level in the world. But just with, AI, they become 4 times faster. And this is fantastic. So I can tell you that in science is changing all. I don't know if you are familiar with AlphaFold. So it's the first time in the history that 2 persons got the Nobel Prize just because of generative AI. So the AlphaFold, it's a generative AI device that can, investigate the structure of the proteins and have accelerated the drug discovery like never before. And this is already released, it's open for all. And now it's just for proteins, but it could be for societies, it could be for, economical systems, because it's basically a method that captures huge nonlinear interaction. So it's an incredible opportunity, something less surprising, but already happened. Nature journals are very respectful, right? Are very important journals, scientific journals. So editors are using already AI for writing research highlights, to doing a lot of stuff. I have many friends there, so I can attest about that. Who are the persons that mostly read papers? Machines. So one device can read 4,000 papers in 30 seconds. I don't think that we can do it, right? So this is starting to change in a very radical way. And of course, we are cyborgs already, as we were talking about. We are extended mind when we use the cell phone. We extend our memory to an external device. We extend a map. We have an extended mind in social interaction through social media, right? But in this case, the human part of the cyborg can disappear. It can be just the cyborg with the technology. So this is the challenge. And I think that the only benefit that this very dark projection could have is that we can start to think in more complex ways. So we can start to think how, economy interacts with health, how the brain skills can bring, innovation. We can have space to start to understanding more transdisciplinary things. But this requires a complete change in education. Most of the transdisciplinary projects get the less amount of funding across different parts of the world, right? So our system is not well prepared for that, for truly transdisciplinarity, to connecting the dots. It's not preparing to incorporate this huge, enormous change from technologies that will allow us to look at extremely complex interactions of dots of information. So it's a big challenge. I think that the only thing that we can do is starting to think how we can use technology instead to just be being forgotten in the process of developing science and knowledge. That's it. I try to be as fast as I can, sorry. And if you have any question, happy to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. One question. Okay, so we have, yes, and Najat.
So thank you, Augustin, for this presentation. Very quick question. In your different kind of research, do you detect any kind of generational effect? Means that my parents are not having the same life expectancy. They lived in certain area with limited life. This is true. And my kids, I hope, will not have the same condition. I hope better conditions than me. So I guess, yeah.
Yes, there are wonderful intergenerational effects, positive and negatives. Of course, I mean, our brain is an extremely plastic and resilient organ and can change a lot. But through generations, there is a transmission. Epigenetics are the example. So in the epigenetics, you have, let's say, a very simple experiment. You are a little bit, bad person, and you like to, traumatize rats, just doing, electric shocks from time to time. So these rats become very stressful, very, very stressed, and you can measure the stress levels in the brain. You will find it. So choose 2 or 3 generations of these rats have increased sensibility to stress. So this happened in humans, has been tested. It's people that have been exposed to extreme situations have this. We have been shown with, even ex-combatants in Colombia, 2 generations of ex-combatants in Colombia, they have increased a basal level of stress.
Sorry, it was just to finish my question also. Thank
sorry,
you.
sorry,
No,
sorry.
no, it's okay. And so we have this generational effect, but also, as you know, all the situations that we observe today in different countries, developed world, in developing country is going to happen in a few years. It's about aging. Okay, we have increased everywhere. Every year we have more than 2 months a year. But in this life expectancy at old age, it's also going to decrease. So I guess the situation that we have today, maybe we will have it again in few years, but it could be a reversed effect.
Yeah, but it will take a while. For now, the projections ahead are terrible, as you know. We will have more older people, less young people. You know what that means for economy. But at the same time, there is a huge distribution of healthy aging and brain skill that is totally unequal. So the numbers of factors that impact brain health that are called risk factors are huge in the global south. They explain like 1/3 more of the cases with dementia than in other parts of the world. The prevalence of dementia is going extremely fast in the global south, while in Europe or US is stable or even, declining a little bit. So it's a very unequal scenario. It would represent a unique challenge in economical terms. We have the example of China, for example, they really, really are anticipating a huge problem. Really, really older, and they have more risk factor not very aggressive. But at the same time, it's an opportunity, right? So we need to create innovation for it. So one simple thing, I don't want to stop to work at 65. Honestly, I want to continue working, and the people need to continuously learning new things, something that we were discussing today. And the people need to don't become illiterate with technology, right? Which is a very, very big challenge to have ahead. But yeah, so thank you so much for the question. Thank you all for the question. And
Quick question. Thank you for the interesting presentation, specifically using advanced machine learning models and deep learning. My question is related to the availability of the data. If you have included some climate and biodiversity risk in your models.
yes, so we are just now analyzing heat waves, huge impact on mortality, huge impact in cognitive decline, not yet enough to, I mean, we're working on it, but not much. We want to include more climate change variables. We are working with Columbia University, have a wonderful hub for that. Okay.
Our genes have not changed since thousands of years, but the speed of life is changing. With AI, is still changing a lot, and I think it's a huge stress on our minds and our head, brain health. Do you think it's going to be a factor that, like at some point, we need to have like a revolution, or our genes going to change?
Well, instead of thinking in the genes, I think that the genes have changed a lot, but not as fast as technology, I would say, of course. But I think that the tricky thing is that this acceleration of technology can make us more idiots, really. I mean, I don't know if you see this stupid movie, they call it Idiocracy. It's a grotesque representation of ourselves. It's really good in the sense that the technology become to, take care of all, and we become more stupid. I am pretty sure that we have already strong indicators of that. And the second black part of the history is not just stupid, but more unhealthy. Because if you don't stimulate your cognitive skills, you become at higher risk for dementia, at higher risk of many other diseases, right? So, and we become less power to do innovation. So I think that we are in a tipping point that we need to reshape economy. The other thing is we were talking about what happens if technology is going to surpass most of our jobs, as many people say. So why the people is going to study? Why the people is, so the inner concept of job, as a value, it's just gone. It's just gone. So we need to resignify jobs, to resignify works, and to resignify learning. And we are far away from that. Or if you can ask to any counselor in any university, nobody will answer what we should do. So yeah, big question. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, quick comment. So I'm looking forward to exploring aggregate data analysis. So you have city level or country level information. We have more than 45 countries, some of them with neuroimaging, others with health metrics at individual level, so we can do nice analysis. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are at the end of the program, and this is, I hope you all enjoyed the sessions this year. We have made, as you could see, a small adaptation to the program where we added not only a hint to transdisciplinarity, because this is what we have to go forward to better understand how to deal with the societal challenges, but also we have added a bridge to action. So this is why we have these case studies. Research is great, science is great, but then if it does not bridge to policy and action, it's not useful. So it is useful for the scientific community, but we have such a big societal challenges nowadays that we need to really bridge into action. And as researchers, of course, we are all academic people, and we spend a lot of time to think and to write papers. But those papers, yes, great to be in great economic journals and so on. This is important to validate, in fact, the methodologies, the results, and so on and so forth. But what is important is also to bridge to policy and action. And I think the design of this program this year was very carefully thought in this respect, not only in terms of the quality of the science and the contributions that you all contributed to, but also in terms of the policy development at EU and beyond, and also the actions that could really transform societies and economies, and these are all things that we need to keep in mind as researchers. So I'm very pleased because these are our 9th conference. I mean, since we created the Euro-Mediterranean and African Network for Economic Studies, this year we had 50 papers that have been under the selection from 36 countries, and this is great too, mainly from Africa and the Mediterranean. We had a thorough scientific review process of the papers, and you all contributed to it, mainly the scientific committee and members and co-chairs. And we selected 18 papers. We have presented over these 3 days 17 papers with all discussants, and I would like really to thank all the discussants for the thorough work and the nice discussions. Each one of you took the time not only to review the papers, but also to provide very nice insights for the authors to ensure that their methodologies are sound and their quality is improved and so on. This is what also the network is for, is to really work together to improve science and to go faster, and then to help each other to ensure this is this collaboration really is moving, because otherwise, you know, the artificial intelligence will catch us, and I think we don't want this. And this is why I want to I want to raise the point on collective intelligence. Co-creation and collective intelligence is essential. I saw this also in neuroscience, very interesting, because they work together. They don't work in solos. It's impressive. I really love that approach. I mean, and I think each one of them provides something, and they really help each other in the community. In economics, I think we need to learn from those processes. And of course, we need to bridge different processes and different disciplines. And this is why I think neuroscience is essential. It didn't come like a, I would say, craziness. Yes, it's innovation, and I like innovative thinking. But then it came because I saw that we can bridge as economists into different disciplines. And this is what we were doing. I'm very happy also that Tiago is working on the brain capital dashboard. These are all indicators that we economists can use, and they are all freely accessible. So hopefully next year, Tiago, you will present to us, you know, all this innovative thinking that you're doing and data collection in collaboration with Augustine, that we will work with him next year to ensure that all the research they do in terms of neuroscience can also bridge our research in terms of economics, and also with Carlos Essa, that we're working on the TRIS model with the regenerative principles within projects that we do. And this is also to advance the overall well-being and regenerative economy, which in fact was presented in the manifesto by Giovanni, and we will all work together. And this is the whole approach of collective intelligence to find solutions. So back to our conference, before I announce the 3 papers that they will get the prize, I want to say one other thing, that there is economic notes again, that we will have a special edition for next year. So whoever would like to submit their papers to that, please do so, and contact Sandra for that. So we give this possibility. Last year, actually, this year we have published 7 papers in economic notes from the conference last year. So it's very good. Before, we used to give the opportunity to have working papers, and this year economic notes offered also about this this outlet for us for you all to publish your manuscript. So this is great, and we will renew this opportunity this year and next year. Also, I would like to thank particularly Sandra, because Sandra has done a great job. And I cannot thank you more because I know that you spend a lot of hours, a lot of working on this and taking all of this. Really, I don't know how to thank you, but really thank you very much on behalf of all of us. And it's really a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you for your trust.
I mean, yes, trust, yes, but you know,
And
the work.
maybe I also want to thank the team that was amazing helping us. Paula, Christine, George, Nectar, all of the team. I don't want to forget anyone, the co-chairs, the discussants, the speakers.
Anna, important.
Ah,
Anna,
where's
because you
Anna?
don't
Yeah,
see
yeah,
her.
I don't see her, so but really, thank you very much because I cannot do it alone. So we have an amazing team, and thank you very much.
Yes, and all the co-chairs, I mean, they have been also helping us in the process of reviewing. Carlo, Raul, Giovanni, Najet, Cynthia, and all the keynote speakers, because also they spend the time and we've been in interaction with them. So really, this conference, this edition, I'm very proud and very happy, and really it was great. It's not self.
Since 10 years, she created a great space for all of us. And regardless of the fund, without fund, the space persisted and is really sustainable. So we have to thank her very much.
We need to go beyond funding. When we see well-being, it's beyond financing, beyond funding. So I think we need to also give examples and apply, and I think this is where we have to go forward. So I'm not going to keep you more time. We have selected 3 papers with the scientific committee. So the first one, yes, the first one, we have a paper 1-1. Yes, it's on the screen. Okay, great. So I'm not going to give you too much. So it's on the financial well-being, bank debranching, digital financial literacy, insight from Italian perspective. Authors Donatella Bairardi, Paola Bongini, Doriana, of course. Listen, I love this paper, and it has a lot of potential, really. So continue if you want.
Not.
Yes. Data to enlarge it to our region.
Yeah.
This is application in Italy, but if you can collaborate with some researchers in Africa or in South Med to have some similar data, that would be
Yes,
really nice.
I'm searching for this kind of data from Africa because I think that also in the future I want to understand also if the migration is linked to this aspect, because the paper work on not well-being in general, but on the financial well-being. This is a part of the general well-being. And yes, we have data only on Italy, but we are searching data on the Africa also to collaborate with other researchers from other countries. Thank you very much for the prize.
Just to remind that the award is 2,000 euros, but then to spend in conferences and to improve the quality of the paper, and also to see if you can get some data. You also can buy data if the price is not too high and all of this. Okay, so the second paper is in the session on energy transition. So, and this is about artificial intelligence for environmental performance, the role of energy transition and digital economy. So the authors are Sana Slimani, Anis Lamrani, and Sami Ben Jaber from SDS Lyon Business School. Great job, very nice, really very nice, very nice.
Thank you very much. I'm happy for the second time I have the word, and it's very pleasure to have this. It's no words for this. Yeah, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Third paper I mean, first of all, let me say that we had a lot of difficulties to decide this year. That we had very good papers, but then we also wanted to have a balance between the topics, because normally the papers that win, it should be tackling some of the issues of the conference topics, mainly this year on digitalization, digital transformation, and so on and so forth. So that's why also we were a bit constrained in the conditions. So the third paper is the gender divide in digital financial inclusion, lessons from Palestine. I don't know if the author is here. Maybe he's connected. Rabah?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I'm connected. I'm very happy for your decision, and I'd like to be with you in Spain, but unfortunately, there was some limitation that I couldn't join you physically. But I'm very happy to participate in the conference and present a paper about financial inclusion in Palestine. It's really a proud for me and for my country, Palestine, in this difficult situation. And I'm looking forward to participate with you in future conferences. Thank you very much for this decision.
Thank you for your work, and continue.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are at the end of the journey. We can close this conference today. Anything?
See you next year.
Oh, that's it.
No. So hopefully to see everyone next year.
Co-chairs still have 5 minutes.
No, thanks. I want just to share the feeling from Shair of what a great value is having this initially MEPRO, then EMANES, then EMANES network going on. You say go beyond funding. Actually, the transition to well-being means also that the money is no more the core of our life. And the fact that we have created this value of increasing quality of scientific thinking connected with increasing empathy and friendship between all, I think it's a very, very big value and long-standing, I hope. So I want only to say this.
Just to say thank you again to Sandra for all the task, and also the same feeling that you are saying. Every year the papers we receive are high quality. It's more difficult to select the ones that can be presented here. And of course, it's much more difficult to decide which ones get the best paper award. So thank you to all the participants, those who are here face to face and those who have followed us online. Thank you.
Yeah, and a few words. So it's really great and so nice to see EMANES growing up, and in terms of size and in terms of quality, and this it's very very great to now to have more researchers coming from the south, from Africa, from the region, and yeah, and there are not very few possibility for researchers in the region to participate at conference, seminar, and this is very nice, and the quality also is increasing a lot, and yeah, we are very good network, and thanks to the big big work that Sandra is doing, and I know it's very difficult to organize this kind of event, and it's very good, very great, and I really enjoyed more this year to have this, not only the session, academic session, but to have also introduced in the middle between the session this case study, and to have concrete situation in the world, what they are doing in some countries, some colleagues, and this is great. So thank you.
issues.